not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
That guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
What the?
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which has just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open air slides, twists and turn above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which has just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open air slides, twists and turn above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
What the?
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
What the?
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand.
Rocat, experience precision.
G'day, welcome back to the Bio.Live CSGO Pro Season 2. This is, of course, LPL, and we are jumping into yet another evening of Counter-Strike. Pilski here with me today. It does feel a little bit weird to be welcoming you back to the show, Pilski, because in reality, I feel like you've been here pretty much every day.
I just can't get enough,
actually
mate.
be only my second day of the season. Either way,
Yeah.
before we jump into too much, let's go and have a look at the tournament explainer and see where we are at. And actually, maybe this is a better one for you to update me as to how things have been going and where we're sitting at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously up there at the top of the screen, we had our open qualifiers. We had our stage 1. We've got 4 teams that have come through from that bracket. And now we are firmly in stage 2. We're getting through the first couple of games of stage 2 where those stage 1 teams have joined a bunch of invited teams. So we're talking about some of the better teams in the country at this point. And from here, 4 teams will advance in towards the finals. So we're getting a bit of an idea of what some of these open qualifier stage 1 teams are going to be bringing up against some of the better teams, the invited teams here in LPL Pro League. And once we finish up all of that, we're going to have a good idea of who's going to be making it through to the semi-finals.
All right. Well, speaking of those teams that are looking to make it into the finals, here's what's on offer for them to walk away with if they do manage to top the board. 6,500 for first place and just over 10k for the top 4 as a whole. But as you've obviously spoken about in the past, Pilski, it's always been quite heavily weighted toward the top end, and you want to be in it to win it. And with a season that does feature quite a number of fairly sizable teams, you know, I think that's going to be quite a hotly contested position, right? I'm looking maybe at Vertex, obviously having a good week last week against Camo, and then obviously DGG as well. We're going to get to see them tonight. I think those are probably the 2 front runners, but there are any number of other teams that could potentially still make their way through into first place. Take a look back actually at what we did get from last week's matches. We did mention that was a Vertex game, and they played against Camo. It looked like a pretty easy one for Vertex, all things considered, a 2-0, so not too shabby of a day for them at the office.
Yeah, I think we got a pretty cut and dry match. Actually, Camo here on this T side of Inferno. Once again, what Camo did so well with their old roster was their ability to just string together good T sides to hit some really good sharp timings. And you're seeing them, being able to fight back a little bit against a team of the caliber of Vertex just shows that, Camo, despite the fact that they might not put a ton of practice in, and despite the fact that they are like a little bit of a mixed team, they're still able to give it a little bit of a crack against Vertex. The problem is that when you get a little bit wider on the map pool, once you go towards things like Nuke, that's where Vertex have got a whole lot more prac, and they were definitely kind of a cut above Camo, unfortunately. So, look, at the end of the day for Camo, in terms of the expectations of this bracket, Vertex is probably the hardest team that you can draw, and I don't think they were expected to win that series, but now they've been locked into the lower bracket, maybe they can have a little bit better of a time of things.
All right, well, let's have a quick look at the bracket as well once we, get a bit of an update where teams are sitting. You sort of mentioned, obviously, Camo down in that lower bracket. That is probably the expectation, but when it comes to what's happening on the top side of the bracket, Nutty, they would have got that forfeit one over Team Yellow, which unfortunately is no longer a team. Yep. So they'll have to go up against Vertex a little bit later on. That, I think, is going to be quite a tough matchup. Obviously for us today, we've got Antic and Warriors to sort of kick things off. That should be a pretty interesting match, and DGG coming up against Elemental later on in the evening as well. I think I'd probably look at that one maybe in a similar vein as I would Vertex and Camo. I think that's probably going to be a fairly cut and dry one. It should be 2-0 every day of the week for DGG, but I guess we've seen a degree of, I don't want to say shakiness necessarily from DGG, because I feel like that's maybe a little bit too far down the road, but like there has been a couple of maps where I thought they could have cleaned them up a little bit more comfortably, or indeed maps which I didn't think that they should lose, that they have lost over the past couple of weeks. So look, maybe there's a world where Elemental can make something happen in that series against DGG, but certainly up against the odds at the moment. A little bit more of an interesting matchup, in my opinion, actually is the Antic and Warriors game. I think that one actually could be a little bit closer. Antic, I would say, come in as the favorites to this one, Pilski, but Warriors is not a shabby team by any stretch of the imagination, so we'll have to see what Antic can get done tonight, and we should catch back up with who is on the Antic roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you've got a pretty solid looking roster. Actually, Licky playing tonight, which will be another interesting addition. A couple of players, you know, from that old core of players that kind of played together. Licky obviously playing with Mizzy, and now he's gone over and played with the Encore boys. He's got a lot of experience, even some international experience. So seeing a team like Antic that's already in very good form, in my opinion, and is already showing us a lot of, you know, good results and stuff like that. I think Licky might even be a stand-in for Damio, because I do remember someone a couple of weeks ago saying that Damio was busy with work or something like that. So that might be the situation. Maybe he's just subbing in for tonight. Not sure if he's actually on that roster. Either way, if you're putting Licky on your team, especially in a matchup like this, you're probably feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, certainly not a bad pickup at this point. A lot of experience under his belt over the last 12 months. Let's take a look at Warriors, though, and see what they're going to bring to the table. Obviously, another fairly familiar roster, right? We've been watching a lot of these players for quite a period. I do like this roster in a lot of cases. I'm not sure that I like them necessarily against Antic tonight, but I think that they're a team that can cause some interesting results. Let's just put it that way. The only concern for me is, I don't know, is the consistency really there for a team like this? And once they play against stronger opposition, how well do they sort of scale into those matches? Because I sort of see this as a team that's kind of middle of the pack, you know, and they can definitely beat the teams below them. But I don't really ever find that they're being able to largely contest the teams above them. I mean, they can push maps relatively close, but I don't really see actual full maps going over all that often for Warriors, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think for Warriors, as far as I'm concerned, like they've been a team that I was, you know, I've kind of had mixed feelings about them. I've been impressed with them against some of the lower tier opposition they played against. Then maybe I think they might have played a Rooster, and that wasn't a particularly close game when I would have liked it to be a little bit closer. They had a very, very close series against Elemental, I think, as well, when maybe they should be putting away that kind of team a little bit more easily. So my mind's definitely not made up on Warriors. We know that it's a quality squad, but I think that honestly, this kind of series is the perfect test for them to show us exactly what they're made of, because Antic is a team in very good form, but they're not unbeatable by any stretch of the imagination. You know, we're not talking about like a Vertex or a Greyhound here.
All right, we should take a look at the Biocode Lab head-to-head here as well, Pilski, and highlight a couple of the key players for this matchup. Looks like we've gone with the Orpers this time around, Night Raid and Obson, respectively. It looks like, actually, on paper, they do seem to have a relatively even kind of an output.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is you could probably compare a bunch of different players on these lineups, because honestly, both of these teams do have players who you could see even taking a step up if they have a couple of good seasons. They might be valid pickups for some of the top teams. But I think in terms of the two AWPers here, these are definitely in terms of, you know, the tier 2 of Australia, of Oceanic Counter-Strike. These are probably two of the better AWPers and two of the more up-and-coming AWPers. Maybe they lack a little bit of consistency here or there, but they both have very, very big pop-off potential. I've seen both Night Raid and Obson put up 40 bombs, put up like 25-plus halves, and just absolutely carry and take over a game. So these are definitely X-Factor players that if you get the stick in their hand, they're going to run with it and they're going to win you the game.
Well, Pilski, I know you love a good deal as well. So if you wanted one, you can get your hands on some Biocode Lab products and use the code LPL20 for 20% off checkout. I believe you can hit up !Biocode in the chat, or biocodelab.com if you're interested in having a bit of a look. 20% off, not a bad shout. Let's talk vetoes though, Pilski, and see what we're going to be heading toward. We know that at least in the case of Antic, they like to throw a spanner in the works sometimes. And it looks like we've got Overpass once again from them. Mirage will come through as well as Dust too. So a little bit more standard towards the back end of the series, but at least Overpass, not a map that we get to see too often actually in the ANZ region anymore.
Yeah, I'm loving Antic at the moment. Like, just watching them play, they've been in very good form. And then seeing them go into series like this and pick up Overpass and try to go a little bit wider on the map pool, try to make the other team a little bit more uncomfortable. Warriors still kind of a newer outfit. Look, they've had a couple of months, but have they had enough months to get really, really comfortable on a map like Overpass? Remains to be seen, And I think that all matchup is definitely something that we'll be keeping an eye on heading into Overpass. Mirage for the Warriors, that's definitely one that Antic has played a fair bit of. And then Dust 2 remaining. I think three pretty good maps for the Orbs overall. And I'm really hoping that this will be a good series. I think this series probably goes one of two ways. Either one of these teams wins in a very, very close series, or Antic will probably just 2-0 them in consistent fashion, because I really believe in this Antic project at the moment.
All right, well, I guess let's see how well that belief is going to be turned into results as we jump onto Overpass. It is the map choice of Antic, and they get to kick the series off on the front foot you would expect. I would kind of agree with you in a sense. I think if we do see Warriors walking away with a win here, I would give them a pretty tight series, but if it's going to be Antic, I'd say relatively quick and dirty. But before we do jump into the map, Pilski, another little shout out for you if you're interested. You can pick up a Rocket Elo 7.1 Air surround sound RGB gaming headset, which is the next generation headset of today, and it's available now. That's pretty cool. Let's jump into the map though. It's pistol time, and Warriors will start off on the CT side.
Well, let's see what they can get done. Obviously, this is not the map that they picked, and very keen to see how Licky kind of slots into the Antic roster, because he's someone that we haven't seen play for a little while, but definitely was a pretty good player over there on Encore, and he's got some great experience under his belt. In fact, him coming into one of these lower level teams would be a great boost for them. Antic walking their way through Con. They've left that one player outside of Monster, and I would have thought that might be Skull with the util over there to maybe send some of the boys out of the door, but it's actually Mizzy. So they're going to have to bust that door open the old-fashioned way and head into Obson.
He's playing a bit of a cheeky angle here. You'd expect this should be a 1-for-1 at best. No shots are actually connected on either side, so he'll get out, and so will the rest of Antic with their lives. Unfortunately, bad news for Warriors, because there's a numbers advantage already on the side of the T's. It is not quite looking so great. Some of the exchanges do go through. Warriors have done a lot of damage, particularly to Skull and Night Raid. But we do have at least an extra player on the field for Antic at the moment in that post plant.
Yeah, they got this triangle crossfire on the side, and that's a great goose, Jordan.
It is indeed. Prod down to 13. Kyson is going to have to be the one to do the lion's share of the job right now, but unfortunately not given the opportunity to do so. And Antic is able to secure a pretty solid pistol round for themselves. A little touch and go for a moment on the B-side entry, but aside from that, yeah, pretty solid stuff.
Yeah, I think Obson was probably in the pole position to actually kind of dismantle that round if he's able to pick a player or two coming out of connector. Considering there was no real utility to throw him off, then that could have really been the difference maker, but sometimes those USP shots are a little trickier to connect. Warriors going to take a full save here, look for the purchase in towards round number 3 with the A1S and light util. And Antic at the moment, taking their time, running themselves a little bit of an anti-eco here.
Good start for Licky, and, well, actually, he's kind of converted that in as well. Yeah, very, very decisive anti-eco for Antic.
Yeah, 100%. Very, very clean. Going to be keeping all of their guns up. They still have that Mac 10 on Scully, and when I see a Skull Hunter with a Mac 10, I'm assuming they're going to be sending this man in on the warpath. That's what I'd like to see anyway. Maybe a quicker up-tempo strat. Maybe he goes for a little bit of short B control or something like that. That I wouldn't mind either. But it does seem like a bit more of a default dance here for Antic initially, Jordan. This is where I want to see Warriors with maybe a little bit of some superior weaponry here or there, play that bully style on the CT side, especially on a map like Overpass. You want to see them go and take a duel with the A1S and win it early and give themselves the numbers advantage, because they're at a significant utility disadvantage at this point. Antic at the moment, working connector, working that party side of the map, and it looks like they're going to just try to pinch toilets.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower approach this time from Antic, and I guess from Warriors too. They've got the guns in their hands. Don't really have too much util, so it's going to be quite important to see which way the first engagement goes, it hasn't really gone very kindly there for Callum Murray, and that's not really what you can be affording with a buy like this for Warriors. They just don't really have any recourse to get back into this round. A bit of a cheeky push out from Obson, but I dare say Antic's going to be expecting something like this.
Yeah, you always expect the CT re-aggression in the 4-on-5. You're just waiting that out. Duels in the middle of the map being won by Antic as well. Drox very, very low. Should probably get cleaned up by Reckons, especially with this Molotov coming out. Licky picks Obson on long A. He was waiting for that for a while, and Antic, they find that man advantage. They play that slower style, like you said, anticipating the aggression, controlling the middle of the map, and when those CTs go aggressive, they're punished.
Yeah, so not the ideal start to this series for Warriors at all. It really hasn't felt like they've actually gotten to play this game so far. I mean, the pistol, I guess they had a bit of a decent crack at, but previous round obviously really didn't exist, and kind of can say the same thing for this one. Skull's the only player to go down, and it kind of just felt like one or two little pieces of the puzzle falling into place for Antic, and then the round is over. You know, as soon as you see Callum go down with that opening pick, it's like, okay, well, Antic's probably won this round from here. It's 4-on-5. They've got all the util advantage, and Warriors, unfortunately now, have to take another save.
Antic get those A1S pickups as well, which is massive. I mean, it's only early days, right? But it feels like we're already kind of seeing a much better level of comfortability on overpass for Antic than Warriors. Warriors a little bit disjointed in that round. I wasn't really a fan of their approach. They were kind of playing split up around the map. I wanted to see them go and take an early duel with the A1S and try to win like an early duel, or maybe go for an aggressive setup and just use their rifle advantage. But you didn't really see too much of that. They lost the opening pick, and for whatever reason weren't able to recover with the mid-round aggression, whether it was bad timing or whether it was Antic kind of outplaying them a little bit and holding control all over the map. So far looking good for Antic. I mean, they've got the dream start to this T side, so this is where it's going to take something special on the CT side from Warriors to start to recover. They've got to take this single save first of all, but once we head into round number 5, that's where, with that full buy, maybe they can go double orbs, they can go full util. That's where they really have to start to recover this half, because it's going to take so many gun rounds to be able to punish that economy that's already built up right now for Antic.
Bit of a tech pause coming through for Warriors straight off the bat as well. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a longer one, unfortunately, Pilski, so I think we'll take a short break here. Don't go too far away. We'll jump back into the map right after this.
experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tāmaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tāmaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tāmaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up.
From Warriors. It's looking good for Antic so far.
Yeah, Antic is definitely winning this game pretty hard. It is their map pick after all.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this is not what you like to see.
Not looking good. I'm assuming this is going to end up being a dead round again, so maybe some of those issues that were cropping up were
Jordan,
not quite as fixed as possible.
You want to see my fish?
I do.
It's
Do you want to see
made of
my
glass.
dog? I can get my dog.
Go get your dog. Let's go see your dog.
Right here, but
Dogs.
I'm going to have to chase him.
Ox.
No,
Come here,
he's
Nox.
running away. He wants to run away.
Okay.
He's out of the room.
No dog content. I could get my
I don't know
dog.
what it is. Okay, so I don't know about your dog, but my dog will come up and sit next to me and literally sit at the bottom of my chair looking at me for however long until I, give him some attention. But as soon as I turn
Runs
to give
away.
him attention, he will run away.
Because he wants you to play with him, I think. That's why. They always want you to
Yeah.
chase them and to the point where, you'll play with them. I could probably get my dog. Maple! Maple! Come here! Maple, come here! I need a crinkle. Hold on, let me make a bag sound, plastic bag sound.
Yeah, pretend you got a treat or something.
Oh, the bag's working.
It's working.
Maple, what do I got? What have I got here? Hello. Plastic bag sound never fails. Baited. She got
There we
baited.
go. The dog has been located.
Yes. And she's very adorable. She has green ears at the moment. A bit like your caster buff, Jordan. I noticed that you have a
right.
bit of a caster buff going on at the moment.
I do. That's right.
It's a bit unfair.
Power of the green.
So
Yeah.
rate my dog, Jordan. What do you reckon? dog?
10 out of 10.
Lick,
10 out
you
of
want to
10.
lick the microphone? You can lick the microphone. No? Okay.
Can we get some dog cast?
Dog cast?
Can you make Maple
She
make a
doesn't know
noise?
speak. I never taught her speak,
Yeah,
so
I never taught speak either.
can
I don't
make
know
her,
I don't know if my dog's smart enough to do speak.
make her tap the microphone.
Yeah, we can't hear that though. I can't anyway.
No, she doesn't like that. Okay, time to go.
Okay, time to go. Time to go indeed as we jump back into the server. So we'll run it back and give it another crack. I don't think either of the teams really got any info out of that last round. There wasn't, any grenades thrown or any players spotted. So should be good to just jump straight back into it here for round 4.
My dog is very disappointed that I picked her up and gave her absolutely nothing. I did not even have a treat to give her. And look, grand scheme of this game though, to get back into it, Warriors, they're trying to do some economic damage. Obson has not really got anything to do here. He's just got a USP because he's saving for AWP in the next round. That's a hell of an A, Jordan. Damn, 62 HP of damage. Straight on the noggin. I don't know
Well,
who's more
Obson?
blind.
He's in a bit of a troublesome situation there. He'll get taken down, as you say. Yes, who is more blind at this point? Doesn't really matter when one of them has a USP and the other has an M4. Antic seem to be working their way through this round pretty comfortably.
Yeah, very clean anti-eco here. Kyson the only one who can really do any damage because he's the one with the A1S. But he hasn't really had an opportunity. You can see the exec coming in for Antic is actually just a bit of a fake. Both Licky and Night Raid, I believe it was, or Skull, throwing a hell of a lot of util there. towards A, which has kept those two CTs on the site. And in the meanwhile, they're going to head back towards the B site. Easy as you like.
Well, Licky having a pretty good game for himself so far as well. Be interesting to actually see where Licky ends up. Don't know that he has found his footing just yet.
Kyson, not really too much of an opportunity for him in this round, but to be honest, even if he saves, that'll be a bit of a bonus. He's just really got no opportunity to be making it anywhere, though, and can't connect a shot on the head of Reckons there. So, I mean, it goes without saying right now, Jordan, heading into round 5 here, Antic are winning this game very hard. They have got so much cash in the bank. 5+ K on all of their players, 8+ on most of them. So they're going to be continuing to buy fourth. However, Warriors, this is their chance to show us a proper gun round and recover. Obviously, in round number 3, they didn't have full util. They didn't have the AWP on Obsent. So let's see what they're going to be able to do with a little bit more util here.
Yeah, this is going to be the big one. This is going to be a bit of a tell-all for us. If Warriors don't start getting it rolling on the CT side soon, then there might not be much of a CT side to work with. A couple of players into dirty water straight up. Prodigy's in a great spot to shut that down, but was not expecting the second player behind the smoke. Similarly, Mizzy not expecting Drox for the swing there on the CT side. So, works out for Warriors. Good trading. And Antic now have actually got the first round where they might have to do a bit of thinking and sort of figure out what they want to do from here. What's plan B going to end up being?
Well, Obsent further extending that advantage with some nice AWPing on the single zoom. And really, Night Raid is the one who probably has to open up this round here. Jump spotted. This is just really great positioning from Warriors. The molly is going to keep them out. He's very aware, though. He knows that these players are in short B, and that's a very nice raw adjustment onto the head of Drox. This round is not necessarily over just yet.
Not necessarily. Night Raid is getting some good distance inside this bomb site as well, and he should be able to isolate some 1v1s. If he can get the better of Kyson here, that'll be a big difference maker. Does manage to do so, but of course the wrap-up from Sean, oh, that's watched as well. Reckons he's all over it. And now it's just down to Obsent. They have enough time to get that plant down safely. The flash goes across, which will allow Reckons into the site. And they seem to be pretty on the ball, knowing where Obsent is at the moment, which is going to make it almost impossible for him to clutch this one out.
Going to try to save that AWP over, and again, it's going to be a half-fly with the pistols around the AWP, but in the grand scheme of things, that's a round you should never be losing as the Warriors. You're up 4-on-2. You need to really start picking up some CT gun rounds sooner rather than later when you're already down 4-0 and the T's have a strong economy, and that's just going to be a big missed opportunity that is going to continue to allow this half to start to balloon out of control.
All right, well, 5-0. Unfortunately, not much of a game just yet from Warriors. They're able to save that AWP through, aren't they? But Obson didn't really have much of a chance to get involved in that one. Did get the one pick, but ultimately didn't end up resulting in too much. We'll have another pause coming through here. So not sure what this one is in relation to just yet. I think it's a tactical for Warriors, which, to be fair, Pilski, is probably about time. You know, it's sort of weird to say that it's about time because, like, we're only 5 rounds in, but it's been 5 really not good-looking rounds so far.
Yeah, I think a round like this, I wouldn't mind seeing just pistol armor being bought up and maybe let Obson work like the A side of the map, perhaps, and then maybe a B stack with the pistols and a bit of util. Oh, he's got the B spawn, though. So maybe a connector stack or something like that might be good with some upgraded pistols. In general, I do like the AWP on one side of the map, trying to look for a picks, and then you try to, you know, push the T's into the pistol stack. It's generally a pretty good approach. Unfortunately, though, Night Raid posted up, waiting for someone to ping Monster, and Obson with that Monster spawn does get punished. Counterflash does come out. You can see Warriors trying to recover the AWP, and they do actually get it.
Yeah, but, I mean, again, you're able to hold on to the AWP. You're still down a player. You don't have really anything to enable that AWP. No flashes. Sort of really only feels like if Antic's going to make a mistake here, then the Warriors can get around. But Antic haven't really been prone to doing so thus far.
Walk up on Long, Skull and Licky kind of hand in hand, seeing if they can clear out bathrooms and better kind of inform some of the decision making here of Antic. You can just see the T's are completely cutting the map in half. They're able to punish any of that CT aggression. They are a little bit split up individually, which can definitely get you caught with a Hero AWP and a couple of Deagles. But here's this aggression in towards bracket, instantly punished by Licky.
Prodigy, he's in a bit of a cheeky spot with the AWP. This could result in one, but I'm not sure this is the kind of position you're going to see him double down from, particularly if Antic is going to head their direction back toward B with the information they've now received, and they'll be quite safe in the knowledge that B is relatively unprotected. It's just going to be the pistolers, if anybody, and of course, as we know, there wasn't even anyone on the B-bomb site. So Antic, again, going to be able to get that bomb plant down pretty freely.
Oh, nice off angle from Kyson. Does find an extra gun. Look, every little bit helps, but in the grand scheme of things at the moment, Warriors need more rounds than guns at the moment. Skull on the hunt here. Doesn't want to let them come away with anything. Doesn't spot Kyson crossing to the close left angle, but not going to test him anyway. And that's a 6th for Antic. This might balloon out to double digits at this point, Jordan, unless Warriors can start to recover and recover quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like that's going to be happening. I mean, they do take an AK through, so get something out of that round. But I have to say, this is looking like it could end up being quite the one-sided map. Antic seem like they're, not really here to mess about. And I just don't even think Warriors have gotten rolling at all so far tonight. Get another crack here. Gun round out for the CT side.
Yeah, Scully. Oh, sorry, it's Mizzy applying pressure towards the extremity here. Trying to take some short B control or draw out a little bit of push from the CTs. Play some information limiting for Antic, but all things considered, Warriors have done nicely to take that short B control and set up with a pretty nice hold over there. Obson still in the middle of the map looking for a pick. Callum with still some control over that stairs position, but if the util comes out here to isolate Callum in the middle of the map, then this could be a problem, and you're already seeing it. That smoke on towards the door of connector forces the pop flash play for Callum to actually go for a pick there. He instantly gets punished, but Obson finds the pick in the meanwhile.
Yeah, it does end up resulting in a 1-for-1. Obson is just going to back his way into the bomb side and leave Kyson with the main job of the defense. Nice work so far from the AWP on that CT side, but Obson can't strike for 3. Not yet, and with 45 seconds left, Antic still have plenty of time. Are they aware of the quick flank coming through? Not quite. And indeed, they'll have to turn around and get that bomb. It's Reckons solo now. He's got an AK in hand, and he's pretty much going to have to hit that headshot onto Drox. Otherwise, he just loses that that war of attrition. 20 HP is not a whole lot to play with. This is a great angle, and Reckons doesn't quite win that duel, but he had it for sure.
Warriors a bit more aggressive that round. You could see them really setting up in the middle of the map, which is something that you don't see as often on the CT side, as much as I would like to see it, Had that player in connector, the double short B setup, and that player pretty aggressive front side bathrooms, really fighting for any players contesting the middle of the map on that T side, and they do a pretty good job trading out. That ends up being one of those scrappy rounds where it just goes 1-for-1 for 1-for-1. This time Antic have got short B control, Jordan, so it's a bit of a different situation.
Yeah, also, one gun remaining for Warriors in that last round doesn't leave them with a lot of wiggle room here. If this goes poorly, they're going to be straight back on the eco, and Mizzy has really accelerated into the bomb site. Reckons able to catch Drox on and off timing. And as quick as you like, Warriors are back into the same boat as what they were a couple of rounds ago. Might as well call this a 0-7 instead of a 1-7. Because Warriors, again, are just going to have to go back to saving their guns. And it's the same old, really.
With the money that they have saved over, though, and the loss bonus, they can continue to put these buys together as long as they're holding on to these guns. Night Raid posting on that bathrooms angle, waiting for the repeak of the opposing AWPer. And he's going to be punishing Obson for that. That's going to be the AWP hitting the deck. Not something that Warriors will have the money to be able to replace, I don't think. And Callum holding on to this last A1S is probably going to be their last hope of trying to put together some kind of an A1S buy, at least in this round. Nightred's been doing a good job playing that T-side AWPing role, just punishing the aggressive picks of Obson a couple of times already. Nice little off angle. Does net one exit frag. And Callum, you could see he could drop the A1S over to Prodigy, and it's going to be a decent enough buy for the Warriors. But I don't know, man. They're just not getting any rounds, Jordan. And it's seeming like this overpass pick out of Antic is paying off in spades.
Certainly. I mean, I guess that was the expectation. And I think this is part of the reason why Antic really does like to go toward overpass. It's that a lot of the other teams around their level tend not to play this map super well.
Yeah, it's something that teams in Oath just don't do enough in general. Everyone's happy to just play Inferno. It's like everyone plays Inferno. You don't need to pick Inferno when you are the team with the wider map pool. And Antic putting in the effort to play a good game of overpass, and they're being pretty well rewarded for it. And I think if more teams kind of took this approach to the veto, they would find similar results as well, as long as they put the hard yards in terms of just widening their map pool.
Well, maybe easier said than done. But as you say, the results do seem to be speaking for themselves right now for Antic. I mean, this is on the T side too. You know, like CT side one thing when you're 7-1 on overpass, but on the T side, I suppose I guess you know the job is not yet done, but you have to say that it's getting closer and closer to being done. Drox should be able to get himself one, but even then, you know, that's not going to be a kill that'll go his way either. Obson now has to multi-frag, has to get 3 or 4. I don't know that he's going to be able to get out of here alive. He's just not landing the shots that he needs to, and eventually Licky will chase him down. 8-1 is the scoreline. Antic are making this look like mincemeat.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of afraid of. It's just like this Warriors team, I just haven't seen enough from them in a lot of their games. Where it's like, this is the exact kind of game where I'm looking at Warriors and I'm thinking, this is an up-and-coming team. I don't expect them to win this series, don't get me wrong, Jordan, but I expect them to try, like, take 10 rounds off Antic, like, try and take a map at least and make it look competitive, and that's just not what we're seeing tonight. Don't know if, you know, some tech issues or something like that might be having an impact on this game, but at the end of the day, you know, it's disappointing nonetheless. And this, as I mentioned before, as I was saying in the break, you know, Warriors has to play Antic not only in this league but in some of the other domestic leagues as well. This is not a matchup that, you know, it's just going to be a one and done. This is the kind of team that they're going to have to play a lot of times at this level, and if they get smashed by them every time, they're not going anywhere.
Certainly not a promising sign for the future, that is for sure. Mizzy does make short work of Calamari, and the other thing to say is that, like, I don't even think this is the full roster for Antic. Obviously Licky is not on the full roster.
Yeah, I don't think so, but like,
is Mizzy even part of the core of Antic now?
I don't know. You never know, man, what's happening with a lot of these teams. But I remember someone saying I think it was Skull saying a couple of weeks ago in an interview that Damio is on work or something, busy with work. So I don't know if this is just a stand-in for Licky. If I'm Antic and I have the opportunity, I just pick up Licky for anyone, probably.
Yeah.
Because the man's gone and got himself some great experience. But I think everyone, and I mean, I just don't even have an issue with Antic in general. Like, I don't even think they necessarily need to pick up. They've already shown in recent results that they've been quite a good team on, you know, across a number of competitions. I really think they're the one team that I'm kind of like holding out hope is going to be like that next team to kind of take a couple of the same steps as Vertex, maybe.
Well, they're doing a good job tonight, but I think they would have to sort of do this against better opposition to start to really win us over in that respect.
That's the thing, though. They have had some good games against like Encore. I think they have had good games against Vertex as well, here or there.
Fair bit of map control being taken by Antic in this round. Util's going to get tossed in past the bathrooms. Looks like Skull flashed in as well, and he's going to try and chase Obson down. Just doesn't quite manage to get all those shots through onto Obson, so
I actually think
fall.
I actually think they might be playing with 2 stand-ins, Jordan.
Yeah.
Because it's Jinx and Damio, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Which, if that is the case, the fact that Antic is doing this on overpass T side is really not a good sign at all for Warriors.
Oh. Good trades this time. They've got this one on lockdown. Good frags, multi-frags out of the riflers. Reckons has to go pick up the bomb from outside a monster. Both of the players on the site here are very low. He's got an HE too. Callum's working his way through the middle of the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still a winnable round for Reckons, who has been pretty heads up so far today. But, I was going to say this player right below him could be the problem. Got rid of Kyson quickly. Callum Murray was able to find the trade, so not a clutch achieved this time for Reckons. But he has been pretty handy so far in this map.
Reinvestment here for Warriors, unfortunately, because they drop a couple of guns. They got to go down to a Famicent and MP9. It's not really the same level of firepower that Antic are bringing into a round like this. Antic continue to just kind of run this default. Working the map like a ball of dough. And they're making a pretty nice pizza pie, Jordan.
Pizza pie, huh? Oh, Mizzy recognizes he's in a bit of hot water, so he will just back it up. And the unfortunate thing for Warriors is even when they are winning rounds, they're not like actually really helping themselves out too much, are they? Their money gets more or less broken the round straight after, and that's sort of what we're seeing now. Prodigy goes down early. It's 4-5 again. And when they are winning rounds, it's with only 1 or 2 guns alive. So there's just no semblance of control being established at all by the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, if you win your 1 gun round and you do it closely and then you instantly get reset, it's just nightmare fuel, isn't it? Antic walking up bathrooms, making very little sound here. Pop flash over the top, goes above Callum Murray, but he still gets entry.
Yeah, Obson has really been the only one that's actually held anything down so far for Warriors. Kyson, with a nice frag in there, does keep it honest for Antic, I'll say. But in that meanwhile, you can see the rotation going through for the bomb, and lots of util being tossed by Mizzy. Smoke up into the sniper's nest and a molly as well for the rotation path of Warriors. And it's going to mean that the bomb should go down pretty comfortably here. Reckons has an easy job to do. Mizzy's already set up, and you've got Licky wrapping through the back. So once again, Antic have just played ring around the rosy through the map with Warriors, and they've come off the better for it. Good little peek there from Mizzy. And once again, this should be another round 1 by the T side. Kyson is going to be lucky if he gets away with this AWP.
Oh no. It's such an awkward scenario. The shoulder peek's coming out from Licky. And Mizzy's going to finally put him down. And it's what I'm talking about. 3k for Trox, 3k for Prodigy, 3k for Callum. 3.7 for Kyson. Not conducive for good CT buy. Unfortunately, that's probably going to have to be another pistol armor. And it's already double digits for Antic. Like, this is a nightmare. I think it's already kind of getting to that point where you're thinking overpass is probably going by the wayside and you're looking at the reverse sweep, which, to be fair, is going to be on potentially some easier maps for Warriors, considering assuming they can fix whatever tech issues they're having and get their stuff together a bit more.
Just don't see how you come back from this kind of a scoreline, even if they win the half out and go to 10-5. Move on to the T side, and it's not your map pick. So unless you've got a really good pocket T side on overpass, I'm just not sure that it's happening anymore for Warriors.
Yeah, I don't really have great expectations for this map for them. Go back and look at their stats. I don't even know if they've played a map of overpass, honestly. I don't think they've ever played a map of overpass with this lineup. So that's probably an issue. Haven't played overpass in an official.
That's unfortunate.
I played a fair bit of Mirage and Dust too, if that makes you feel better, Jordan.
No. Not really. I think Antics are generally pretty solid on those maps as well, aren't they? They play a little bit of Dust too, a little bit of Mirage.
Yeah, Warriors are also 2 and 6 on Dust 2, and they're losing to like Elemental, Rooster,
Okay.
Kanga.
Well, Rooster I can expect. Elemental maybe not. Kanga's a long time ago, so I'm not sure how much we can really read into that one.
Oh yeah, that one's ages ago. Sorry, yeah. Rooster and Elemental are the only recent games.
Yeah, but I mean, look, losing to Elemental is not a good sign for Warriors on that map. Not that Elemental is a bad team, I guess, but by comparison, they're quite a fresh roster to this level of competition.
Mizzy getting
Bit of
his
work to do.
HLTV points.
Why not? At this point, everything is going right. I mean, do we even need to continue hammering the point home?
So
That Antic is
insane,
winning?
man. Like you get Antic have got like the best substitute like standard roster in this country. Like the fill-ins, the subs for Antic, you could probably just make a team out of them, and they'd be pretty good.
I agree. Once again, volley to T-stairs from Warriors. But it's not going to stop Antic in their tracks. They're happy to invest the smoke to go straight through it. Obson did spot a player in underpass. But just look at the confidence that Antic is moving through the map with. Licky is just not afraid at all, and that is why. He is going to just take the head off of Callum Murray pretty much every single round.
Yeah. Again, Warriors have done a good job of establishing short B control, but like you said, they've lost that pick on the A side of the map. Now Antic's going to work the middle of the map, probably pinch connector. They've got some control of bathrooms. We'll keep an eye on the mid-round aggression. I think for Warriors to win this round, they probably need to win some duels in short B, or Kaisen needs to find some impact here. Obson as well, if they feed him in the middle of the map, that's definitely going to help out. Rotation coming back through for Antic just as Kaisen pushes bathrooms, so this could be a great timing for Warriors to actually make something happen.
Kaisen. He took a little while to get the better of Licky there, but he did manage to do so. So we are back to 4-on-4. Mizzy, however, looks pretty sharp for that first kill and spots out the second, comms that over to his teammates. And it's 3-on-3 and the bomb plant's going down. Molly into short. It's going to keep Prodigy at bay for now. This is one of the better opportunities that Warriors has had so far tonight. But they've also got their money to think about. If they lose this round, might be difficult to buy into the next one if they lose all the guns. Prodigy, he's going to get himself one. Kaisen reckons. Oh, dearie me. This could be a 1-on-3 for Reckons.
way.
And it is. And it just is another nail in the coffin for Warriors, isn't it? Like, I'm barely even excited at this point because, to be honest, Pilski, I was expecting it. I see Reckons, and I'm like, yeah, he wins these.
What do you say about this kind of a game at this point? Like,
I think you just say it's over.
yeah.
Like, okay, it's well and good to sort of find the silver lining and try to sort of spin a positive narrative or whatever that may be, but at a certain point, you kind of have to say what it is, and in this case, what it is a non-contest right now.
Yeah. This fills me with so much, like, confidence for Antic, though. Like, this team, these players are just getting so good, man, in the last little bit. Definitely need to see Mizzy and Licky back on some teams as well.
I mean, I'm definitely picking up what you're putting down, but I also think that this game is not super representative of, like, Antic's ability. I just think Warriors has not showed up at all.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple of games like that from them, honestly. Which is why, like, when I saw this team coming together, I was super hyped. Of course, we ended with Reckons getting a knife and a 20 bomb. 21 for 5 for Reckons. Like, Jesus. That's a half. Like, what other games am I thinking of for Warriors that were kind of, like, disappointing ones? I mean, obviously, the first stage wasn't on HLTV.
Mm-hmm.
So hard to bring up any of those games, but yeah, they did beat Elemental. They
But they beat them in a 2-1.
They beat them in a 2-1. You would like to see them 2-0 them. They did get kind of stomped by Rooster as well.
And they actually almost very nearly lost to Elemental 2-0, by the way. Do you remember that Mirage?
Yeah, I think
Which went to Warriors 16-13. It could have been actually a win for Elemental as well. And Skull is just standing and delivering and not allowing anyone into that B bomb site. Not only have you got Warriors maybe not showing up to this game, you have pretty much everyone on Antic hitting all these really nice highlight moments. And that is pretty much going to be that for Warriors on this map.
It's always been Skull's skill set. All those close range angles and close range shots and like awkward positions where he has to multi-frag and flick around. He's always been good at that. Forced by desperation, kind of forced by out of Warriors. Usually you won't see people buying second round on the T side anymore. Gonna get a quick smoke to front side bathrooms, and the T's are gonna go straight up connector off the back of the flash from Callum. None of the CTs though are really interested in holding Divider here.
Mizzy's going to be hearing a lot of noise outside the bathroom, so he'll be calling for a bit of assistance. Night Raid is there and reckons tossing a flash over the top as well. Just going to send Warriors packing, but Mizzy catches one on the exit. And Night Raid's gone on a bit of an expedition as well. Won't be seeing too much. Perhaps hearing Callum Murray, but aside from that, everything is headed down toward the B bomb site, and I think that pretty much should be the info for Antic. The fact that no one's trying to help Night Raid out, or help Callum Murray out there, should pretty much say to Antic that this is all headed towards B, and they're well and truly prepared for that. So 15 up for Antic, and they're now one round away from winning their map choice.
Yep. They're speedrunning this game overpass right now. I used to have that Tech 9 skin. That's a good skin. Warriors going to go for this forced buy with the Mac 10s and the Tech 9s again. With some util. Did a good job of taking front bathrooms, but yeah, I don't mind the quick B, honestly, Jordan.
Skull. Just with the MP9. Might not have the best of times defending, but he does have Licky there to assist. Flash is being laid on nicely by the Warriors, and that is going to get them into the site with a player advantage. But with that said, Mizzy and Night Raid, I mean, I'd back them to close this one out. Night Raid can isolate that fight against Drox, although he's going to have to do it now alone. He spots out Obson, who is only on 4 HP. You're right, he's going to have to move pretty quickly here. He's only got 10 bullets. Has to reload. Now does have a little bit more time to play with, but Kaiser,
oh my God.
No, I mean, Pilski, what can you say?
He picks
what
up
can
a
you
kid
say
off
at this
the
point?
ground, and then he just wins it, and it's a 16-2. Like, I want to get excited. I want to get excited about it, Jordan, but that was just not a great game of Counter-Strike. Like, Warriors, we know they could do a whole lot better than that.
That was a painful game for Warriors, I'm sure. It just sort of felt like nothing was going right for them, right? They got into... Like, there was probably... You look at that and you say, like, maybe 5 or 6 rounds in there that they could have won. They won 2 of them, and then there was another 3 that were just, like, illegal clutches on the behalf of... There was
a lot of illegal clutches. To be fair, though, that's Antic getting rewarded very nicely for their veto strategy. It was good to see them pick towards overpass, and they were very, very heavily rewarded for that. To play devil's advocate as well, it does seem like there were probably some technical issues for Warriors in that game, but let's be real, end of the day, you know, you need to make sure your stuff's working in these league games, especially important games like this one against Antic. You know, it's not like you got Vertex first round. You need to be winning this opening round game if you're going to be making it in towards the finals from stage 2. And like I said, there's going to be a team that you're going to have to play again in the future. So end of the day, Warriors, they just, whatever tech issues they have, or whether it was just a map specific issue, regardless of what the excuse is, by the time we head into Mirage, that needs to be resolved, and we need to see them a lot better of a face and see them back on their game, because this is definitely a series where you would expect Warriors to actually push Antic a little bit.
Look, end of the day, it's not the end of the series. So maybe it was just a really bad showing on Overpass. Maybe it's a map that they just absolutely don't play, don't like to play, don't want to play. We do have things looking a little bit more standard heading for the rest of the map pool, Mirage and Dust 2. will be what's coming up next. Mirage, the choice of Warriors. Hopefully they can bring it back there.
It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tamaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
G'day, welcome back to the Barcode Live LPL Pro CSGO. It is not looking good right now for Warriors. 16-2 on that first map. Pilski, you're doing a bit of a dance.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that anyone on the behalf of Warriors is going to be feeling quite so inclined.
Laying down
because
smoke, Jordan.
That certainly was something.
Yeah,
And
I'm just
not
going to
sure you
forget
can come
about
back
that
from
game.
that.
I'm going to pretend that game didn't happen. And I think Warriors would probably do well to do the same. Now they're going to go on to Mirage. Look, it's a map that they played a fair bit. They're often picking it into a lot of their series. So fingers crossed for them. They can have a little bit better of a performance, whatever tech issues or, just kind of team-wide issues they were having last game. Chuck those on the back burner and let's see a much better game out of Warriors here because I think all things considered, you're playing up against an Antic team that, it's not like you are the team from last week, like Camo going up against the boys on Vertex in the opening round. You are playing Antic. It is a beatable team for a team like Warriors, if you ask me. But they need to be playing a whole lot better. Otherwise, they're going to be heading into that lower bracket pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess the way that you frame it as quote-unquote beatable, I don't necessarily disagree with. Obviously, I think we look at this as being a matchup that Antic should win and probably should win on a fairly consistent basis. But the way the Warriors is playing tonight, I wouldn't say that this is a beatable match. This is just Warriors need to do something that obviously they didn't do on Overpass. They need to change things up pretty quick smart. Otherwise, they're going to be going out of this series, something like 16-2 again. Just didn't really feel like there was anything going for them at all on that map. I thought maybe there was one or two decent rounds from Obson and Prodigy individually. But just as a general gist, it felt like, all the individuals were firing on Antic. The strats were working. They were running rings around them on T side when they would go up to the A site, back down to the B site. There'd be no defenders left on B. You'd be getting opening picks. You'd be getting clutches. There wasn't a single instance where you'd say, okay, Warriors actually did do that better than what Antic did. It didn't really seem like there was anything, unfortunately, for them. So we'll see what we get here on Mirage. I think obviously a bit of a better option, a bit of a better choice that Warriors can take a bit of heart in. We don't expect them to do so well on Overpass, given that is Antic's map choice. But if Overpass was anything to go by, you're going to need to see a lot of individual change-ups. Otherwise, we might be seeing a pretty quick series here today.
Yeah, so let's get into Mirage, see what we're going to get out of this series, see if we're going to level of recovery out of Warriors. This is their map pick after all, Jordan.
It is indeed. And I tell you what, Pilski, before we jump into it, you can grab yourself a Rocket Burst Pro Air, which is a lightweight optical wireless RGB gaming mouse and is available now. Maybe that is something that Warriors could look to invest in. I can't believe I've done them like that, but yeah, it really did look a little bit unfortunate for Warriors. And so hopefully they've got the mouse turned on or plugged in, whether it's a wireless or not wireless.
Yep. Preferably a wireless. Wireless is always good. I used to have not wireless mouse, and now I have a wireless mouse, and all is well in the world. I'll just say that much.
I'm a big fan of wireless. So, let's see what Warriors can do. Starting off on the T side, bit of a retake setup, more so than anything else for Antic over on A. Not a hefty defense just yet. Just looking to get some kills on the way in, and they do manage that. Reckon's able to strike onto Drox, and now it's a 4v5 post plant, where, to be fair, Warriors took a little bit of map control nicely there with Prodigy up into jungle, but that was very quickly dealt with, and Obson lurking his way through that smoke is also going to come unstuck. Firebox checked, pretty much the entire site checked, and now it's really just down to Kyson, who cannot even walk around the corner. Antic have been really good on those pistols, and even though they don't have a defuse kit here, you'd have to expect they should walk away with a pretty easy pistol round win, which is what they do.
And they just had the perfect response to what Warriors were throwing at them. Warriors threw that top con smoke, flash into jungle. You could see Prodigy really wanted to go for a duel there. Antic just very, very safe CT positioning. Sitting right back in windows, sitting right back in CT, right back in con. As soon as the T's aggressed, put a few toes out of line, tried to look for some of those opening picks. They were instantly punished. So really, really good kind of safe CT positioning from Antic there. Gets them the opening couple of kills and then just come in pretty cleanly for the retake from there. Warriors putting together a force buy in round number 2 off the back of getting that bomb plant. So A couple of AKs and a fair bit of util here. They've done a bit of juggling with the grenades early on in the round here. It does seem like after a little bit of utility into middle, they're going to try to potentially put some pressure on A, but Drox has gone down early.
Yeah, and I think Antic knows what's up as well. Smoke over into Palace is going to get them feeling a little bit safer. Info as well, gathered by Licky on the jump spot from Ticket Booth, and it's being dealt with really comfortably, even through the smoke. You know, it feels very much the same as Overpass so far. Really solid pistol round for Antic. Very solid anti-eco as well. Callum Murray even had an AK in that round, right? They invested a little bit into that one, Warriors.
Yeah, everything. They tried to force buy and they got absolutely slapped. They didn't even take a single gun out of Antic's hands. Insane.
That's good news.
That's a pause.
Indeed.
But then an unpause. So no more pausing. It's going to take the single save here for Warriors. Try to invest in some pistols and take some guns out of Antic's hands, because otherwise it's going to be a very similar story to the last game, Jordan. Obviously Antic on the CT side this time, but again, they've got pretty much the perfect start to Mirage.
Well, if they can secure this round without much loss, then yeah, I'd agree with you. You'd think that should be pretty straightforward. I feel like you've already made the assumption that Antic's going to get through this without losing any guns, which I don't really blame you for. Licky is going to get the easiest 3K of his life and pretty much turn that possibility into fact. Just Kyson left, and there you go. That is indeed pretty much the best start to Mirage that you could hope for. 3-0. So much cash. And heading into the first gun round, they are looking fit as a fiddle.
Oh my god. Antic's just on another level tonight. Warriors. And this is the issue with kind of getting out-fragged across the board, right? It's not just about how many frags you're putting on the board in the server. It does have macro consequences when you're just not winning aim duels. The other team's economy stacks up and you're playing against much more util. You're having to win many, many more gun rounds before you can really start to make some impact in the half. Callum's going to go down straight away, top middle. I think he got spammed maybe through the side of a smoke or through a one-way by Night Raid very early on there. So not how you want to be kicking off this gun round. And round number 4, Warriors in this 4-on-5. You got a player trying to walk out ramp. Prodigy's trying to walk out B apartments and look for a pick, while the other players kind of work connect up.
Oof. Again. Another opening duel, and another opening duel, and another opening duel. How many times are we going to get to see that? Someone for Warriors needs to step up and do something about it. Double peek in onto Obson is going to result in another pick for the CT side. And it just feels as though Warriors is kind of going through the motions, you know. They're rocking up, they're turning up, they're playing these games, but are they really here? Are they really contesting against Antic right now? It doesn't appear to be the case. Reckons is going to go down. A little bit of a swing in there as well from Night Raid. Isn't actually going to prompt a trade frag, so could be something in this one for Warriors, but just running out of time. And Warriors, I mean, he's going to be forced to peek off the back of that molly, but how do they get into this site when you've got so many players still to get through? Every single one of these duels has to be won, and to be fair, they are being won, but Mizzy is going to clean it up. Drops that bomb. And now looks for the fight against Drox and gets it as well. You know, it almost looks doable for Warriors. Like, you almost want to get excited, but there always seems to be the insurance fund, the backup plan, the plan B, D, C, I don't even know. Plan M, let's call it, Mizzy, at the end of that round. 4-0. So, even when it's looking like maybe there's a chance, there is not a chance.
I mean, it's just, they just lost too many players in the opening part of that round at the end of the day. Like, Drox had a really good multi-frag in the mid-round. A couple of really nice shots being hit by him, but unfortunately for any impact to be happening for Warriors, it requires someone to kind of have a bit of a pop-off performance. And across the board, no one's playing particularly outstanding for them tonight. So going to need to see some more of that from Drox and maybe some more of the macro aspects going their way. Because like you said, all the opening frags are going the way of the boys on Antic tonight.
Yes. Yep. Look, I don't even know what to say, Pilski, at this point. I just feel like individually the Antic roster is on a bit of a different level than what we're getting from Warriors. It sort of just feels like they're switched on and Warriors are not so far. It's been a very, very comfortable start to the map. Licky, you know, he doesn't really feel like he's been missing a beat. I don't know how many officials he's actually played since he left the Encore roster. I just take a quick look back and
Don't think any.
by the looks of things, this is his first.
Yeah.
So, you know, he seems to be fitting in quite nicely. What about Mizzy? How much work has he been doing lately? I think he's been playing a little bit more. We've seen a couple of games for him in this Antic roster throughout September, but, you know, it's just not a good sign for Warriors at all if they're going to be going down in this fashion to a team playing with 2 substitutes.
Yeah, I think Mizzy is
Good
kind of been
substitutes,
like,
to be fair, but...
Mizzy's kind of been like their main sub, obviously, since he did not keep his spot on the DGG roster.
Yeah.
Which is kind of insane considering how good he is. But at the end of the day, so many good players in the tier 2 of Oceania domestically at the moment. Like I said, I feel like you could make almost a whole nother team. And at the kind of level of Antic, if you got the right people together.
All right, Warriors look like they're going to go for a bit of an execute out onto A this time. Just a substandard set of weaponry for them to work with. Deagles, MAC-10s here to work with. And it's not quite going to work out. They tried to go straight through the smoke into Con, into jungle. Run into Skull and Reckons. And, well, they do get the better of Night Raid. Callum Murray, slightly good round from him, but can't really convert it into too much more as he does eat a grenade. It is a 2-on-2 though, Pilski. Winnable round maybe for Warriors.
Skull's got a kit, but he's in connector, so he's going to have to try to get that defuse on the open plant here. Obson's found himself an AWP, but he's still got P250 out. There you go. He's going to equip that. Smoke goes onto the bomb, flash into jungle. Obson looking for an opportunity here, and he's given it.
Defuse on the bomb though, and if this shot does not connect, it could have been the round over. Obson will keep it alive for Warriors. Force that reinvestment through for the CT side.
That was his first 2 kills of the game, so there you go. That's impact coming in from him. Gets an AWP in his hands.
Yeah.
Little headshot for a few extra star points. This might be the first time this whole series that Warriors is able to reset the money of Antic. This could be big, Jordan.
Could be. But will it be? Every time we saw in the first half of Overpass, Warriors win a round, Antic would strike back with a pretty comprehensive round of their own. Jump spot there from Mizzy. Could be dangerous. Hobson is a pretty sharp AWPer, and he's liable to hit shots like that if given the opportunity. But Mizzy will not make that mistake just yet. Night Raid has caught Callum Murray, and this is what I was fearful of, Pilski. It's the same issue cropping up as what we saw on Overpass.
That's a pretty nasty mid setup from Antic as well. Playing off of each other very well. Obson's been looking for a pick over here for a while. Skull now joining up with Mizzy to try to hold down this B side of the map as Kyson heads over here with the bomb.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've already got the 2 players on the B-bomb site right here, and Reckons is not going to take long to get across either. He's already working his way through the murder hole. I don't really see this working out for Warriors. It's a good read from Antic. Yep, all rotating across. Mizzy's going to grab himself one and just duck his head back down. Now does have a smoke to play around as well, and of course he's got Night Raid and Skull to help him. And that's 5 guns alive for Antic. So just when you start to think, oh, you know what? Warriors, they might be able to do something. You thought wrong.
Unbelievable. AWP comes out for Obson, so he might have had the opportunity to really drop an additional AK across, but instead he's going to try to grab that AWP and find some impact here. Got to make that purchase worth it, though, if you're not going to have that extra couple of rifles. Can't quite find the shot through the Molotov there. It does cop a little bit of a nade, but that's not going to stop him for too much longer. Warriors, looks like they want to try to walk out on this A site. Pretty dry here, Jordan, but look at Licky and Sandwich.
It's not just Licky and Sandwich that's going to have the job to do. In fact, he's going to remain unchecked. And he gets 2, swaps over to that Galil as well instead of reloading. It's not going to be
CSGO!
super necessary, but Licky
To be fair, he didn't throw it at the Molotov.
No, he didn't. He didn't. That was 100% his fault, not CSGO. Okay. That was well wide of the molly.
Yeah, he didn't underarm it. So I have seen some pretty egregious ones though in my time. Kyson thinks about going back into Palace, but realizes, I do have to try to win the round. Unfortunately, the second time around, he showed us a pretty nice catch there, honestly. He's on his way back in, and he caught it with his hands behind his back, I think. I think that's going to be an economic reset on Warriors for a single round here. And again, Antics off to the races, Jordan.
Yeah, I think so too. Just faster play into the A-bomb site this time from Warriors, and Licky is well prepared for that. He's been mollied by his team. Still only able to get one, and actually starts to look a bit awkward here for Reckons. If he doesn't land some shots with this USP, he needs a lot of help right now, and obviously that rotation can't come in quick enough. Skull will be able to deny the bomb plant through that smoke and wrestle control back in the round. So just Callum Murray now left to try to salvage the occasion with the P250 in hand. But he's got absolutely no control of the bomb.
Oh, he's going to wrap middle. I don't mind this approach because there was no way you were going to be able to break that setup with Night Raid holding the cross to Skull. But with Skull now jump spotting, you can tell that Night Raid shifting up his position is kind of getting a little bit suspicious. Kind of playing that one and done now in towards jungle, just sticking his butt in the corner.
Yeah, this one should not be winnable for Callum Murray. Night Raid's going to hear that jump, and Callum not actually able to secure it either. Tries to get a little bit tricky here. And almost finds the timing on the Night Raid. Skull, though, was watching, and that's 7-1 secured.
Good damage done by Warriors that time with the half buy. Took 3 guns away, so they're going to at least bruise and batter the Antique economy, but they still probably need to win. Well, they could win this gun round and probably reset them here with a couple of players down on $600, but it would only probably be a soft reset from there. And even then, I could probably see Antique, with how confident they're probably feeling, they might even just try and force buy and win it with a couple of hero rifles or an ult. Finally, Warriors have gotten across towards top middle without dropping a player early on. Pretty passive kind of default here. Again, Obson has very consistently been trying to pick this player jump spotting the apps line, but hasn't really had too much success doing it.
Yeah, Mizzy. Definitely keeping an eye on it. It's actually a lot of apps control being taken here by Antic with the util that they've tossed through. They will send Mizzy in there for a bit of a look. Good deep smoke. And as a result, you might start to see that A defense get bolstered a little bit. All 3 players just maintaining their position on A, and that's exactly where Warriors are heading. Util's getting tossed out into mid, onto short, to protect against any possibility of this being a B hit. And that allows the extra rotation in from Skull over toward A at the perfect time. Not that it may even be needed. Reckons it's already opened the account. Night Raid will drop to Obson. Time's starting to get a little bit tight for Warriors, but they've made their way into the site, though I question whether or not they'll be able to get a bomb plant down. Looks like they will be successful. Not quite. Obson was dropped, and Drox is going to follow suit as well. It's pretty much a sense of deja vu that I'm getting at the moment. 8-1. Antic can't put a foot wrong, and Warriors can't get anything done.
Reckons is having a hell of a series right now. Absolutely doming everyone. Denies the bomb plant through that con smoke and then picks the jungle player as well. And with no plant, that's really going to batter this economy for Warriors. They got to go down to the scout and take a little pretty limited util. Going to go for a bit of a beat pop, just a 1-4. Most of the players going through apps, and they've got that one player on the lurk in middle, but there's already 3 players on B here for Antic.
Drox is going to try to get into the B bomb site pretty quick smart, but Mizzy is ready with gun out. Skull there as well. It's a huge crossfire to break. And Warriors, of course, unable to do so.
Oh my
Missy
God.
is going to clean another couple up, and it's just every round. Doesn't even look like a contest.
Don't go B. Like, B has not been working.
Okay,
Antic
where
have
do you
had
go,
B
though,
all
at that
along,
point?
but they've been having some success getting into A. Like, they have at
suppose.
least been kind of getting onto the site and getting into some post plants or getting some kills, you know? But B has been a shutdown every time. Like, that time Antic has 3 players just ready to go.
I honestly thought that if we were going to get this kind of a series, it would be in our second matchup. And I thought this one was going to be a little closer than it has been, but turns out this one's going to be quite one-sided. And I wonder if even DGG can dismantle Elemental as cleanly as what Antic is doing against the Warriors right now. First pick of this round, though, does go the way of Warriors.
Still on the inferior weapons, though, and Drox has only glass cannon AK. No armor for him. He goes down to a headshot from Reckon, so it's not really going to matter. Nice pop flash into A ramp earlier, setting up Licky for success. You can just see the pop flash over middle as well. Like, the teamwork from Antic, despite the fact that they're playing with 2 standards, is just phenomenal right now. Playing off of each other's flashes very well. And even after losing the opening man advantage, they dismantle Warriors in a pretty clean and concise anti-eco.
Double digits on the CT side once again. Antic in the first half really putting themselves in the pole position to win the map, and this is going to be one of the fastest series. I mean, if it were not for the delay that we had at the start, this series probably could be already over in the space of... What time did we start? 6:30, an hour and a half for 2 maps? Doesn't really feel standard at all to me. So Warriors have not quite cut the mustard tonight. Mizzy's gone for a little push in the apartments, and a nade is going to prompt him to walk through the smoke as well. Prod has his knife out.
Oh no, you're never expecting that, to be fair. Drox has found a pick out on A in the meanwhile, though, I think. So there is an opportunity for him to link up with this con player and maybe find some impact. There's a smoke into jungle and a molly into jungle. Callum could maybe kind of thread the needle and try to get up window while Drox is creating so much aggro. The other 2 players can kind of go B in the meanwhile. This could definitely work for Warriors, but the problem is this kind of a round really comes down to the timings. And look at Licky and Ramp.
Well, I do wonder if he is going to find Drox in the sandwich. Or we certainly will now.
Already 2 on B here for Antic as well. Warriors just calling the audible. They're going back underpass into a whole bunch of util. Callum dies in window. There's just fire and brimstone everywhere. There's so many CTs. They just pinch middle. What the hell was that? Antic is everywhere, Jordan.
Yeah, I think Antic
They're
is
just
just
all over the map.
They're just
You can't go
understanding
anywhere.
everything on another level. They've got the Galaxy Brain.
Dude,
They've got the
Antic
3000
that round
IQ.
took full B apartments control, flanked Palace to A ramp, pinched middle with a whole bunch of util. Like, they literally had the entire map. There was nowhere safe for Warriors to go.
Another pause coming out here for Warriors. But I don't know that that's going to save them at this point. Seems to be a little bit too far gone, in my opinion.
I would agree. It's going to take something special that I don't think I've seen before outside of some very specific circumstances in some Chinese Counter-Strike games.
I'm not sure what you're alluding to, Pilski. But an 11-1. I don't even know if Invictus could lose from here. Straight into the B bomb site, though, for Warriors. They're going to try to beat them with a pace. Doesn't look like that is going to happen. Skull was not prepared for the swing into short. That said, Mizzy has denied the bomb plan, and he's pretty much done everything he needs to do to win this round. Callum Murray, the drop will be heard. Mizzy knows where he is and deals with it accordingly. 12 on the board for Antic.
That was just a half buy for Warriors, so here's another chance for them to go for a another crack on this gun round. Have been kind of playing a bit more of a spread out split default, and they've really been kind of getting picked apart. So I really don't mind this approach if they're just going to kind of simplify things a little bit. Keep getting aggressive in a ramp though on the timing. That's the first opening you've seen in a while from Warriors, and actually they trade favorably. There's still 2 more CTs here though, Jordan.
Yeah, it's a good molly. Really prevents the trade coming through from Palace, but inevitably, Warriors, they just keep on going, don't they? They don't stop, they don't slow down, and they will get the numbers advantage that they've been looking for. Big spam from Mizzy should result in his death. Gave away his position to Callum Murray. You know, just a little bit of an over-eager, maybe over-aggressive round from Antic has got the better of them there, but I mean, who cares? The score's 12-2. It could be 13-2, it could be 12-3. I don't think it matters too much in the grand scheme of things if Antic drops a couple of rounds at the end of this half.
It's kind of saving face for Warriors at this point. Does seem like they're going to go for a Palace pop on timing with Callum coming late out of underpass, but he's probably just going to get picked by Night Raid here on the timing, which means that this is a bit more of a one-dimensional play. There's the flash over the top of the Palace, and that's a lineup for Night Raid. Oh my lord.
Yep. So, again, same story as Overpass. Just as Warriors get their foot in the door, it's slammed shut right on top of them. 12 since the last. And he will deal with Reckons, but Licky is there for the trade. Headshot Deagle just to rub salt into the wound. And it's 13-2, which is an even more one-sided first half than the last map, was it? Or was it 13-2? It was 13-2 last map as well, and that ended 16-2. So we'll have to see if the pistol goes the way of Antic, but even if it doesn't, I think we're pretty much wrapped up here.
Yeah, CT side comebacks in the current meta of the economy. Very, very difficult. There you go, Prodigy. Get you your opening kill. I don't know what's happening with Antic right now. They're checking out the decals on the map. Some of the textures. Maybe a bit of a pause, I don't know. Damage has already been done, so I don't think you're resetting this round.
No. Skull's going to be run boosted into mid, but it'll be Night Raid that actually does strike first for Antic. How quick Skull's able to get up, though, into the window is obscene. And they've just cut the map in half. Big wrap coming through the T-spawn, though, from Callum Murray.
Scully going to make his way through the middle of the map. The T's very much cutting the map in half right now. Callum going to be a little bit too late to the punch, but this is a nice crossfire on B. Good headshot from Kyson. Obson finds one as well. Drops from MBK is about to go down, though.
And that might start to open the door up a little bit, but they'll need to be aware of that wrap coming in on short. Callum Murray should get Reckons here and does. Now it's just Licky, and he is finished off as well. Warriors, they're still fighting for survival. It's kind of a bit of a morbid situation, though, isn't it? It's like you've fallen into a pit of alligators and you're trying to survive, but maybe they've only lost an arm so far.
Yeah, definitely some, you know, they're down, but they're not out. Getting some, like, limbs twitching or something. Maybe someone's grabbed the defib. Getting a top mid push from Prodigy. At this kind of a scoreline, some kills with the MP9 are definitely feel-good ones.
Well, Antic just have the pistols, so unlike Warriors, in a couple of these second round situations, they have opted not to buy. Didn't get the bomb plans down, and they'll be expecting that they can get it done when they do get the AKs in hand, so they're not really in a rush here. A little bit of util out from Antic, and the hope is to just try to get the bomb down on B, draw that rotation across to A. It's not going to work out. They have kept the extra player, Kyson, there. Skull, he knew he was in trouble, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. So 13-4 is the score, and Warriors, they still keep themselves alive.
Okay. Gun round out from Antic, though. See if they're going to stop this nonsense from carrying on a little bit too long. Warriors double push in towards underpass. I don't mind that approach with the MP9 here. Night Raid's found a pick onto Obson in the meanwhile. Most of the Warriors on this B side of the map, double flank on underpass. You can see that Kyson's trying to get into a decent position over here towards window with the MP9, but Antic in this kind of position, this is definitely a winning position. Hold on. Callum could dismantle this round with Prodigy, though. Double setup in TV, could catch the bomb in transition back to T-spawn. Oh, that's not
it's
good
been
timing.
spotted. Well, Skull is still in a spot of bother here. He's going to need a bit of help. Was he expecting the second player to come through? Not quite. And Callum, yeah, being that sort of two-pronged attack, actually has saved the day. He'll drop to Reckons, though. Tries to pick up the pace into T-spawn, and that actually leaves Kyson alone. MP9 in hand. Bomb's headed over toward B. If Kyson calls it incorrectly,
he needs to get himself a rifle.
Going to be able to do anything about it,
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Licky. He's got some info on A's out on the side, but with him going down, you're probably going to see the bomb commit to B. Kyson reading this one well, though. Already going through the murder hole. You can see the cogs turning.
One player is going down, but Reckons is not going to have a lot of time to get off of this site. And, well, does he know exactly where Kyson is coming from? Looks like he's heard the audible. And now just tucks himself in the corner. This is a tough one to check for Kyson. He will, though. And he wins the duel as well. Warriors, they're going to survive another round, Pilski.
That's a good push from Callum. And Prodigy doubling up through underpass and realizing that the CT is so split up around the map that they probably need to just continue to go until they find some impact. And they found a really nice timing up through top mid there. Things get messy. Kyson completes the 1-on-2. It's not the kind of round that you're riding home about, though. And it's not the kind of round that fills you with confidence that Warriors have, like, the fundamentals they're going to need to win this series out. But they're saving some face here. They're putting together a couple of good rounds, which is kind of what we wanted to see from them. Now it's just a half buy from Antic that could give Warriors an opportunity to build up their money and get a 6 on the board.
Alternatively, these are the kinds of rounds that sometimes do fall by the wayside. Night Raid inside of that smoke. Feels like a bit of a threat, but Obson not going to be caught off by it. And he actually does manage to do some damage to Night Raid on the way out. Eagle shots are not being put in just yet. And it doesn't look like they will be put in either. Warriors seem to be getting through this round okay so far.
Nice pick from Obson again. Prod on the off angle. Gets a nice flash from Licky there. Reckons setting himself up for that pick, though. Not going to be a rifle they can recover, though, Jordan. This is just Antic being annoying. Taking guns away from the CT side and giving themselves a bit of a window to maybe come back in towards the later parts of the half and reset the CTs again.
Well, that's what they want to be doing. Probably need more than just the one, though, to really make it impactful. Bomb's just been completely ignored, left in mid. Mizzy's going to have a little bit of a crack against Obson, but that won't work out, and Drock's got Licky on the other side. So 13-6, Warriors get themselves one step closer, but still a long, long way to go. No reason to get excited just yet.
They're working themselves into this kind of game, which is good to see. Got a little bit better cash. They've got full buys now, so they can try to play their game here on Mirage CT side, which is their map pick. It's a map we know they've played a fair bit of. In control being taken by Skull here. Contested by the molly to top mid. Skull getting a lot of info over here while the other players work the B side of the map, but Obson's already found that opener. Yeah, Warriors are definitely getting rolling here, Jordan.
I was going to say that. I think Antic's starting to struggle to put some rounds together now on this T side. I mean, they haven't put any rounds together on the T side so far. It looked like this was going to be a foregone conclusion of a map, and I suppose, given the circumstances, you'd still say it should be Antic pretty comfortably to win this one, but it does look like they are actually going to have to work a little bit to win this map, rather than just roll through Warriors. No problems at all. Bit of util being invested toward B, but I have to say, this doesn't look like it's going to be a good take at all, especially with Skull being picked up through the murder hole.
Yeah, this is a really good lockdown from Warriors. Found those opening picks, punished any of those kind of windows back into the round for Antic by picking that Palace walkout on the off angle. punishing that B pick as it comes in. This is going to be a clean round for Warriors, and economy building round. We might still be in for a series here.
I'm not sure I'm ready to stretch it that far just yet. But it is definitely looking much better for Warriors right now on the CT side. And I've seen some stranger things in my time on Mirage.
The thing is, like, they've already set their economy up quite well. Especially if they have a clean kind of anti-eco here. Look, it's not crazy. I think a clean anti-eco here would kind of cement their ability to come back a little bit more. Don't want to be losing too many guns. It's a nice flash over the top. But I'm seeing it come together a little bit for Warriors, honestly. Like, they're winning a lot of these duels pretty effortlessly, and they're still playing with confidence. Like, these individual players are looking for duels and winning them.
Yeah, I think I'm
not what you usually see when you've got slapped this hard in a game. Usually you see everyone kind of scared to take initiative, take duels.
Yeah, I'm still at that point where I'm like, oh, it's not really an issue for Antic just yet, but when do I start flipping the script a little bit and start wondering, okay, Warriors is getting pretty close now. This is now a problem. I think around 13-10 would be where I'm starting to get a little bit worried if I'm Antic.
Well,
we're not too far from that now.
We'll see how this gun round goes. That was not too bad. They took 2 guns away. I'd say that's a pretty even result for both teams. Nightred's got his hands on the AWP, which is a bit of a point of difference. See where he's going to take it. Obson's got that AWP on the A side of the map, so seems like he's going to be playing retake A. They're going to play a little bit more heavily towards the middle of the map with the riflers. Antic, on the other hand, applying utility pressure to B, trying to draw out utility from the CT side while they take middle.
Bit of a slower round this time from Antic, taking a bit of mid control.
Yeah. They tried to throw B utility to try to draw rotations off of middle so that they could come up con here. Hasn't really worked superbly, but if they get this entry onto Callum, it's all going to be worth it.
Oh, he turns away at the wrong time too. It's a stroke of luck for Licky. Obson, though, is in a good spot to trade things down, and Kaisen's also got Skull back over toward the B site, so getting the bomb plant down on A is going to be nice for Antic. But they are at a numbers disadvantage, and it's starting to feel like their chances of closing this map out are dwindling a little bit. Obson is going to catch a flicker of Reckons and shut him down as well, and this is now starting to look like a bit of a round from Obson. He's got that AWP in hand. It's on to Licky, 1-on-2. It is definitely winnable, but Obson's hitting everything at the moment. The grenade's going to go out. No defuse just yet, but Kaisen will win the duel, and again, Antic is not able to convert around, and
Obson's farming now, bro.
Yeah, it's starting to look really bad for Antic.
I've seen Obson farm on this map, and I'm beginning to see it.
Yeah, you think from here to win this map, Antic has to win 3 rounds. And the fact that they've struggled so much to win 1 up to this point makes me think that even if they do win 1 at this point now,
100%.
it's a real grind to actually win this map.
That's
let alone get it to OT,
3,
maybe.
4, 5. That's 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Assuming that's a attack for Antic. Call them Antac, am I right, Jordan?
I think you probably need to bench that one.
Okay.
Shelve it. And never get it out.
Never get it out. All right.
Never, ever. Don't even
I have
think
been
about
told that exact sentence in different contexts before. Antic going to look for a timing out here onto the A side. It's just Drox playing retake on A. You can see Warriors wanted to play that 1-3-1. Look for the pick in middle.
It's heavy contest in mid right now. If Antic goes out A, they really only have to deal with 1 or 2 members, but they will lose Skull in mid. So they're going to have to make it clean onto A, and it looks like they've gotten held up a little bit. The util hasn't been tossed. They don't feel confident walking their way in. Night Raid does hit a nice shot, but Drox is able to drop the bomb. And all of a sudden, again, it gets messier for Antic.
Getting real awkward. There's that open plant from Mizzy. He's going to risk it for the biscuit, but look at the flank from Kyson. How has Licky found that kill in reply? Night Raid, it was all on him regardless as Obson picks up Licky, but from that jungle position, he was going to have to go huge whether his teammate was alive or not.
Once again, it's a 1-on-3, and it's from the exact same position. The bomb plant is a little bit more serviceable for the clutch. Night Raid!
Oh.
It was so nice to get the double, but Prodigy's there for the trade from Con, and one more time, Warriors is going to get themselves around. It's now 13-10. I want to say money is being depleted, right? With the fact that... Yeah, I know. With the fact that you've had 2 clutches down to 1 player. But, yeah, I mean, there's still just so much money for the CT side.
That's what happens when you win 7 in a row and you manage to, you know, close out these anti-half buys fairly cleanly. Doing a good job, man. Unfortunate for Obson. He times the molly well, but the smoke doesn't give him a little gap. 2-man aggression in towards ramp is going to give Warriors a really nice timing and really nice info. They're doing a great job of just mixing up their setups. And it's going to be hard for Antic to read on this T side.
This is a cheeky little angle from Obson, isn't it? And it's not actually going to draw the shot out of him, but he knows that there's someone coming. And, of course, as you say, when the opportunity does present itself, he's going to get it. Obson does get traded down, though. We are back to even numbers. The entries aren't being hit by Antic at all. Skull not able to get the trade either. Well, Mizzy at least is able to grab himself 1, but do they expect the double flank from Apps? Surely not. I mean, they're still so focused on what's happening in market that Callum, I mean, he's bound to get at least 1, if not deny the bomb plant, and they know where Night Raid is now as well. It's a 2v1 for Night Raid to win. This would have to be something obscene, and yet again, Warriors have won a round.
No plant. What a comeback, Jordan. It's on. We're on for a game, mate.
What am I watching right now? I just don't understand. Oh, man. It's a 29-4 streak, basically, from Antic up to this point.
Yeah.
And then Warriors win 9 rounds in a row to make this a potential map win.
If I'm on Warriors and I like watching this VOD back, I'm like, man, these casters have got no idea. So biased.
I mean, like, I don't know if that's fair. This is a completely different Warriors than what we saw in the first 3 halves of this series.
Mirage. They did not know.
Well, I'm just going to say, they didn't show us much to give any faith in their CT side of Mirage, so...
Yeah, but you got to give credit. This is the wall. They put up the wall, Jordan.
This is kind of the breaking point as well for Antic, isn't it? If this gets to 13-13, it's like, all right, well, the illusion is broken at that point. The illusion that we're still winning this map.
All right, Antic. Again, going for a 1-4. Scully applying util pressure towards that B side of the map early on here. Rest of Antic get flashed out of ramp. Night Raid looking for the pick on this player playing retake on ticket booth. Does spot him out.
Yeah, but Drox has also got a bit of information there as well. Molly's going to go in. Will force Drox out. He's on 5 HP. Took a lot of damage from the Molly. Antic are going to slow things down, though.
I thought everyone had disconnected for a sec. That's how still all of these players were.
Callum dancing with danger and Drox. Had he not been on 5 HP, I reckon he might have won that. He will, though, fall. And we have, for the first time in quite a long time, a player advantage for Antic as they try to enter the site. Great flashes over the top. It's not going to matter. Callum Murray was anti-flash, and Kyson and Callum Murray, they combine for a couple. It's just not happening for Antic at the moment, is it? Licky feels like he needs to be the one to make the difference. Peek out onto Obson, who's got an AWP. It's Mizzy alone, and Warriors have equalized.
Kyson is going huge as well. Like, it's not just Obson. Kyson is, like, multi-fragging, like, every round. Especially on the rotation across towards that A retake. Like, this guy is fragging every single time. Going huge, mate. Another half buy for Antic. Oh, my God. haven't seen a comeback like this in a while.
What do they even do? What does Antic do now?
I don't know.
How do they win this map? I don't think they can.
I don't think they can either. I'm not seeing anything that tells me they're going to win this map. Honestly.
Like, every kill feels like a struggle to get. Counter-Strike never ceases to amaze me in the fact that one team can look so good and then for whatever reason something changes and they just go completely missing and the other team looks amazing.
Yeah, I've seen some theories about this on HLTV a couple times actually.
I'm sure you have.
I think you got a few detective geniuses over there that might be able to offer you some explanations. That's 5 alive again for Warriors. They are playing a hell of a CT side Mirage. Antic gonna buy up again. Again, Night Raid's on the stick.
Well, if it ain't gonna happen now, it's not gonna happen at all. Antic have had no shortage of opportunities to win this map. And yep, it looks like they might lose it. Callum Murray does get traded down. That's a little bit better from Antic. Just think that pistol round. What a difference maker that could have been. Antic might have finished it off. But Warriors have been clinging on for dear life and Drox, how does he get away with that? Skull, how does... They're just
perfectly coordinated. Like, they know they have to pinch mid in the 3-on-4. They know they have to push something together. Like, that is just perfect teamwork.
And they've got the bomb.
Yeah.
Missy's going to creep his way onto B, but it's not going to matter unless Reckons kills 3 players in mid, which is just not going to happen.
There's a smoke deep on towards T spawn side. CT's heavily setting up in this part of the map now. Reckons giving Mizzy time to do something.
Oh, he's going to have to give him a lot of time. Because Reckons is going in the complete wrong direction. And even then, you've still got the insurance of Drox watching. So it has to be Reckons for this double kill. And he can't even get one. Prodigy's just too good. Drox finishes Mizzy. That's 15 up for Warriors. I cannot believe what I am watching right now.
There is someone that's going to be very upset about this game. There's a couple of people.
It's me. It's me, Pilski. I'm upset. What
I'm dying,
is
bro.
this?
I'm dying. This is fantastic. That's what it is.
I don't understand how you can go from a 13-2 to a 16-13.
You love Counter-Strike. What are you talking about, man? You live for this. You live for these comebacks.
Whatever you reckon. Keep telling yourself.
Look at this one way from Obson. He hits this on the run boost. He would have hit that. Old Obson would have hit that.
Well, Obson, no shortage of opportunities in this round to get some work done. Callum Murray's going to find that timing onto Night Raid. It does look as though we are going to get a map 3 in this series.
There's just no util for the tees, Jordan. Like, what do you do in the mid round here? You flash someone into con and you say, hope you're doing well, bro. Hope you're going to win this round for us. I think you really have to flash someone into con, pressure from con and Palace, and win a couple of entries. But look at this position for Pod in the mid round.
Antic have not won barely any aim duels on this half at all.
That just looks so easy for Prod. He didn't even move his mouse.
It's as if the nameplates have swapped. You know, it's that dominant. It's exactly what we saw from Antic
on
Overpass. They need to check on the Balk, and they do. Okay, well, just when you think it might be done for Warriors, maybe OT is on the cards. A bit of a tap in from Prodigy. Isn't going to result in too much. Kyson around the back. He's being watched by Reckons, and Licky also keeping an eye on Prodigy. It's 1-on-3 now, and it's 14 for Antic, and they must be wondering where on earth has that been all half long.
I mean, they weren't favoured in that round. They just win a lot of the entries in the mid round. They do a really good pinch through middle and Palace set, which is definitely a win condition on Mirage. Back into the buy again for Warriors. What are we going to get here from Antic? They've got a really nice buy into this round as well. They're going to go for a bit of mid control. Aggression into Palace in the 30th round from Drox. You love to see it. Playing to win.
Yeah, Callum Murray is going to get that info on Obson. He's going to convert once again. Numbers disadvantage for Warriors. They were able to bail themselves out of trouble last round, but can they do it again? And then, can they do it in the overtime as well? I just don't think so. 2-on-4. They've lost control of the bomb. Kyson at the top of mid. Going to win himself an aim duel. And Skull cannot get it done. It's 16-14 for Warriors, and I'm at a loss. I am actually at a loss as to what I have just watched.
That was such a good game, bro. Oh my god, that was such a good comeback from Warriors. I know. I need to check myself. That was actually a good comeback. That was actually a really good comeback.
I agree. Look, Warriors played very well in that second half, but what happened to Antic?
Were doming, and Callum had some really good flanks. Drox started to get warmed up. Loved that Palace push in the last round, playing to win. Let's be real though, that was a woeful T side from Antic. And sometimes that happens though, when you are playing with two standards, which is what I'm assuming they're doing. Yeah, your T side can really just fall flat without the structure that you need.
I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. And I mean, look, the fact that they were able to play such a dominant T side on overpass kind of fooled me, lulled me into a sense of false security, I think.
Lull is definitely the right term for this game.
Omega lull. I think it's Omega lull, to be honest, because the fact that Warriors have managed to get that one through to a map 3 is just utterly beyond me.
Back them to win it now. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, with Counter-Strike, you never know. That's the problem. You can see such a dominant half there from Warriors, and then we go into map 3 here, and Antic literally just 16-0s them. I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised if Warriors 16-0'd either. It's just a madness. I cannot make a prediction at this point, Pilski, and I don't think you should either, because what the hell do we know at this point? It's Dust 2 coming up next. Don't go too far away. It's going to be an interesting map.
Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Hello, welcome back to the Barcode Lab CSGO Pro Season 2 for LPL. You would have thought maybe we were headed into our second series by now, but even despite a 13-2 lead in the first half, Antic was not able to close out Mirage, and they lost at 16-14. So we're going to Dust 2, Pilski.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to say about that map. I think it's quite hard to quantify what we got. It was two T sides that left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, no T sides are available. We're going to have Antic starting CT side of Dust 2 after winning the knife round, by the way. Look, Kyson went 19-3 on that CT side for Warriors. That was pretty big. And 19-6 for Hobson. So let's see those boys have a good one on Dust 2 here as well, and we'll get a good game. Yeah,
let's have a look and see what we will get from Dust 2. At this point, I don't think it's fair to make any predictions or assumptions because it's it's been a series. Let's just leave it at that. I will say though, if you get that same kind of individual performance coming through from Warriors here on map number 3, they could well walk away with a series victory, which is a very different storyline to what we were selling about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
where we were kind of like, well, Warriors, what are they even doing? Have they rocked up to this game? And, well, I mean, I think up to that point, they hadn't. They really hadn't.
Look,
They had.
as far as I'm concerned, Jordan, you have egg on your face. And Warriors is about to, you know, bang on dust too.
All right, well,
And
Warriors can lick the egg off my face and be done with it because, to be honest, I still will stand by what I said in that they did not show up to the series until the second half of Mirage. That said, all it's going to take is a pretty good Dust 2 to win this series, although hasn't started very well. Mizzy hits a couple of nice taps with that USP, and Warriors, maybe they're back where they started. Let's see what Reckons can do as well through the double doors. Not much, apparently, and backs up into car to try to keep himself alive.
Yeah, flashes coming through from CT Spawn. T's having a really tough time taking clean duels here, and as such, they're going to get picked apart. Antic start well on CT. They win themselves that pistol. It's going to put them in pole position to build up the economy, especially because they denied the opportunity for Warriors to get that bomb plant and go for a clean force into round number 2. So it's going to be a single save. It's going to be a nice little anti-eco here for Antic to start very, very well here. And they're not going to be taking any chances. Jordan, a whole bunch of A1Ss. Famison and MP9. Set up well to take this long control. And over here on Warriors, it is just the ye old Glock train.
Mm-hmm. Well, a couple of taps actually onto Mizzy there. Does trouble him a little bit, but not Night Raid. Reckons at range with the Famus may not have the easiest of times of defending the bomb site, but has actually made it look pretty clean. CT-sided team? Maybe? But they had a great T-side on Overpass. That's what really has me confused.
Yeah, who has a great T-side on Overpass? No one has a great T-side on Overpass these days.
Well, who has even a halfway decent T-side on Overpass with 2 stand-ins? That's more so my question.
Very weird. That's a good leg on the cross there. Licky playing with 30 HP. Obson trying to follow it up with the jump spot. You can see Warriors were thinking about a late long take, but they have been denied. So back to the drawing board. I think work in the middle of the map because Prodigy has been shut out along there. And Warriors now going to go for this cat control. Molotov deep onto cat. Probably a pop over the top. That's almost a kill there. A lot of damage being taken here by Warriors as they move through the map.
Well, luckily they've done a little bit to Antic as well. Not a huge amount of util left for Warriors here. Enough for a take on A, though.
Yeah, it looks like a fake. And they're probably going to go mid to B here. Just going to apply that smoke pressure and the utility pressure towards A.
Hobson's going to have to get that smoke into CT spawn, but timing's not really going to be nice here at all for Warriors. I feel as though the smoke's up onto A are not going to draw too much pressure. It doesn't feel like Antic are concerned about it at all.
Yeah, it's really good util timing in mid from Night Raid there. The smoke onto double doors completely shuts down that play. If they were going to go mid to B, Reckons now knows that likely it's going to be a cat take. Night Raid's over here with the molly as well.
It's going to be a good time to use it. 30 seconds left. He's got to be thinking about throwing it now. And with that contact being taken, it's going to go in, which is actually not going to do too much to Warriors. They were by and large already past it. Reckons very much the one to take this fight at the moment with that Famus. It's really Night Raid that's sort of just baiting for him. Gets those flashes up over the top, but they haven't been able to deny the bomb plant. It's actually 3 on 4 for this retake, and not really enjoying it so much for Antic, to be honest. Mizzy coming in late, and of course Licky is there as well, but they're just walking one by one into aim duels, and the Warriors are winning them all.
Off angle from Licky. Does find prod on the way out. Trying to make this expensive. Warriors trying to walk out of it with at least 2 guns up. But that was a very, very nice take in towards A from Warriors. Things definitely were getting a little bit sweaty, especially with those 2 CTs kind of sheltering towards ramp side. Lose a couple more aim duels as Warriors there, and that wouldn't have been a good outcome for them. But after all said and done, it's going to be a pretty even result for both teams. Only 2 guns kept over for Warriors. Means that they'll have to actually spend a fair bit of cash reinvesting in this one. Whereas Antic, especially with this saved rifle for Licky, can have a think about trying to force into a round like this. But with Skull already buying a dig, I'd say they're going to save here. Antic's going to take a tack. probably should have spent a bit more time kind of discussing whether they wanted to force into a round like this. I honestly think it would probably have been worth it, but I do know that a lot of teams on Dust 2 do value those full buys, you know, getting all the util, getting the AWP or even a double AWP, and just building up that CT side economy nice and strong. So Antic gonna look to see if they can take some guns off of Warriors in a round like this, just with the pistols and the single A1S, and then buy up into the next.
Yeah, 5-7. Big fan of that one. See what Night Raid can do with it. But Warriors not really giving them too much in the early stages of this round. They've taken control along. Nice area to play when you've got the range advantage. Kyson's gone for a little bit of an expedition in Upper Dark, and if Reckons goes sniffing around, maybe he'll be able to catch him off guard. I do like this though from Licky. The fact that he's been able to win that initial duel and he's going to get a good crack at a second one as well is going to start to make this a bit interesting. Warriors would not be wanting to lose this round. Straight through the smoke goes Skull. Off the back of that flash from Licky, as you mentioned. It's not quite worked out as well as Antic would have liked. I think that was very much an opportunity in their hands that has gone begging. But it might just end up being salvaged by Warriors. Reckons is looking for the rifle. Can't find it. Where is it? All the way up in Goose.
Now Kyson over at Long. Trying to join up with his teammate, and that's good aim punch for Warriors. Definitely a awkward duel against Reckons. He had an opportunity there, but the aim punch saves Warriors. But I have to say, Antics definitely got what they wanted out of that round. Only a couple of pistols and a single hero rifle takes 3 guns out of the hands of the T's, which means that Antic comes into this round with a much better buy. They get that AWP up, and they have very, very real reset potential here on Warriors. Here's this long take from both teams actually contesting. Molotov comes out for Reckons. Counter flashes as well. That Famis is really not what you wanted in a position like this. And although the T's are battered and bruised, they do come out with a man advantage and long control.
Yeah, first time we're going to see that real battle over long. And indeed, it has gone the way of Warriors. But still have Night Raid watching it, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. He's going to start to creep his way back up here. I can't really see this going too well, although he does have Mizzy there as well. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a bedroom crunch, actually, from Antic, because Licky's also having a bit of a look from mid. Night Raid wins this first duel. It could be real problems for Warriors. Now, though, not going to happen, and it leaves Licky alone. I kind of like the intent from Antic there, to be honest. 3 on 4, they don't really know what's going on. They have to do something. Licky could still win this one. AK's picked up, smoke down. He's got control of the bomb.
He's reading this so well. The mid-wrap. He might even find Drox. Like, there's no way you've got good crosshair placement here as Drox. Apparently he does. Ready for Licky to reposition back towards middle. So really good stuff from Warriors. They deal with that first buy up from Antic fairly well, and that's put them in pole position now on this T side. They have soft reset Antic, who will have to take a single save. This is where Warriors, who really want to see them build up that money on the T side, set up their economy for success.
It's a tech pause from the Warriors. Love to see it. It doesn't really help Antic out at all. They don't have anything to really chat about here. They have no money. Have to take that sort of double save. Pistols.
Make sure we have all our ducks in a row on this anti-eco for Warriors. That's what I'm thinking. Are they going to go for a long take here? Seems like it's only really Drox committing to it. They've got that tower boost in Suicide. I don't think you commit to this as Drox, really. Kind of weird that Skull has a Molotov in a round like that.
Might be a bit of false info for Warriors. I think that Antic is forced into this round.
Got Mizzy and lowers.
Not the case. 2.9k loss bonus right now, so
they're trying to pinch Kyson.
They may be successful in doing so if Night Raid is able to hold the
Hello.
exit to lower. Dark Skull is somehow unchecked. USP though, it's never really going to be good for 2 there. Even if you completely clean up the first.
This could work though. I would rate the one-way from Reckons and then tower boost over the top with the AK. That could work. They're going to throw the Vanguard smoke instead though. Not sure they're going to get to use it.
Yeah, Reckons not really able to get too much done with that AK. It's going to fall into the hands of Night Raid to have a bit of a crack now as well, but that's easy pickings for Obson. He has managed to get up close and personal with the 5-7. Never mind, it was a CZ. Doesn't matter. Round's over. Warriors up 4 and 2. And I got to say, I mean, this is starting to look pretty good for Warriors.
This is the game we should have had initially. Like, Warriors just took way too long to get into this series, but they're here now. That was another couple of guns taken out of the hands of Warriors by Antic, and again, we're going to get an early long contest here. Callum getting sent out, and he has made it to the blue bin up close to the smoke and actually denied Antic with long control and info over there. So that's a big impact play for him. But in the meanwhile, out comes the B contact. Licky wins the first duel, and he has been pushed off of the line, tries to counter flash himself off. Meanwhile, you see that kill come out on long. A good stuff from Licky. He shuts those T's out of that B site early on. And that's really where all the impact is made. You can see Warriors really trying to get tricky with a round like that. Trying to deny info on long and then creep out B on the timing, but really good anchoring work from Licky. Shuts it down.
It's a bit of a better looking around for Antic. They'll be hoping to keep 3 guns alive. Money's still quite a problem on the CT side at the moment.
It's winnable, honestly, for Obson.
43 HP. Not ideal.
Check car.
Even if he did, it would have to have been a hell of a shot to win it.
Oh, they didn't want double AWP, Antic. Interesting. This is a really weird situation as Warriors. I actually like this. The force buy, give Obson the ult. The problem is they've got almost no util in this round. Jordan. That's a good... Oh, that's a beautiful cross shot from Obson.
He's getting a lot of work done in this series now, isn't he? I know his scoreline's only 5 and 5, but the frags he's been getting here on Dust 2 have felt quite impactful thus far.
Oh, that was a freebie for Callum. He's going to throw the progression smoke. He has pushed the AWPer off the line, so it's a win-win for Warriors, really. Who are kind of... Oh, I don't even know if you need to take this risk, but you can see Mizzy's caught trying to play anti-flash. Drox spots that player jumping down towards the crates. This is just going great for Warriors. They cut the map in half. This should just be an instant save from Antic. I don't think you're getting back into this round, but that's the bomb. The bomb's down in mid-doors. No, Jordan.
Why have they done that? Okay, what? Pilski, can you explain?
Obson.
Analyze.
He thought he was in the ANZ Champ studio. He put his picture as Calamari's bedroom, and he forgot where he was.
He really did think he was somewhere else, didn't he? Because that has now made this a winnable round for Antic. Night Raid is watching it with the AWP. Oh, no. Oh, no. Prodigy needs to win this duel against Reckons and will do so, but it's at the cost of Drox's life, and that leaves Prodigy in a 1-on-2. Night Raid's watching. Well, Warriors. It was so close, and yet it's so far. So the scoreline's 4 apiece now, and Antic get away with a bit of a lucky one.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay for Warriors, and a big missed opportunity because they could have reset the CT money again, or at least forced them on a save. But now Antic are now going into anti-eco. They could build up their economy, and all of a sudden a game that you're front running in as Warriors gets about 10 times harder. Oh.
Good couple of taps in from Reckons as well. Does show that Antic is not prepared to let this one go quietly. Did say if we were going to get a win from Warriors, it was going to be a pretty close map and series. That's kind of rung true so far for this series. But Antic's once again pulling ahead.
I mean, that's just a really clean anti-eco, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, now Antic, they've got another buy in the back pocket. The Warriors now has to win 2 in a row to break the CT money. Obson just keeps buying scouts. He does not want to use an AK at all.
Has been pretty good with the scopes. So
I don't think Mizzy got jump spotted there. I'm not sure.
just judging on the movements of the T's, I would also guess not. There is a flash tossed in by Drox, but certainly wasn't ready for Mizzy in mid.
That's a clean route. Kill on the extremity is straight through its smoke. Although, oh, that's a really nice spray down from Prodigy. 2 quick headshots. Starting to turn this around, but with the bomb drop to top mid, that's going to put Kyson in a very awkward position.
Yeah, he's got a bit too much to do here, doesn't he? Has got full HP, but needs to get back to the top of mid to get the bomb. Don't mind him trying to isolate some fights in the mid. Reckons, though, is obviously covered off nicely by Licky, so it's a pretty decent round in the end for Antic. Haven't lost too much money in that one and continue to power through this half.
Half buyout from Warriors now, trying to take some more guns away from Antic to stop their money building up even further. Going to throw a little bit of a fake long take and again try to go into B on the timing. Licky just playing retake. No need for him to really contest too much here. They could just give the bomb site towards Warriors. No need to overextend, and they've got superior utilities, so if they could take other parts of the map, then they could come in here on the retake, but that's a great kill from Prodigy. That nets him an AK, so now he can kind of activate in middle, but in the meanwhile, look at this flood into tunnels from Antic.
Yeah, it could have been scary for Mizzy if he would have dropped there. That was another gun down for Antic, another player disadvantage, but I think Prodigy is really going to be the linchpin, the difference maker, isn't he? You wouldn't expect Warriors to be able to hold on to B without him. He's actually decided to go into mid rather than wrap in behind the CTs into upper dark, and that does allow them to all focus in on one angle, and maybe that's not quite going to be enough for Warriors. Defuse is on, courtesy of Mizzy.
That round was a riot. That was like, Warriors went for that BXE, and then Antic BXE the BXE. On the retake, they threw all the same util.
Yeah, it's a bit of a messy game, all things considered.
I mean, that was a correct play, to be fair, in that scenario. Another buyout from Warriors. Another chance to kind of keep this half a little bit closer. Really, they have done some pretty decent damage to the CT side economy, so the window is still kind of open. Still kind of there for them to reset. Flash over the top. They were thinking about sending Prodigy out for the late long take. You can still see Antic hanging around with a couple of members, which again opens up the middle of the map for Warriors to go and take some cat control. This is the flexibility of the default on the T side of Dust 2. If you do get shut out along, you just go back towards cat, take some control over there, and then decide what you want to be doing in the mid round now that you've got control of the middle of the map. You do see some utility exchange on the B side of the map, but now Warriors regrouping towards mid. You can see that player coming off of upper dark is usually a bit of a sign that it's probably going to be a cat exit.
Couple of smokes. Getting dribbled out onto the A bomb site. Courtesy of Warriors. Do have Callum Murray dropping into one of those smokes and reckons very, very nearly getting his head. It's gone pretty cleanly otherwise for Antic. But bomb plant's down. Callum's in the smoke as it fades. I don't know that he's going to get multiple frags here. He would have been really lucky to get 2. Just going to leave Obson with probably a bit too much to do. But then again, he's been in good form so far in this series. Can't land the second flick. Typical
Even if
Obson
he hit
fashion.
every no-scope, it wouldn't have been enough.
I don't know, man. I just feel like he sometimes has a way of winning rounds like that. But
he just didn't have room. Like, even if he
didn't
hits
have time,
that no-scope, he's on 16 HP.
Look, I know what you're saying. I don't know if you know what
I know what you're saying too. we have a mutual understanding.
Okay. Anyway, it didn't happen. And 8 forced the scoreline, so it's kind of gone from looking pretty decent for Warriors at a 4-2 to now pretty much being antics to lose again.
I mean, they lost that one key round. Oh, this is going to be a mess as well. You get the aggression in towards lower dark. Full B take that goes absolutely nowhere for Warriors until Prodigy trades one back. But that's going to be the only thing that's worth talking about. Kyson's found one in middle.
Ooh, good shot from Night Raid. And Reckons will have been well and truly heard. Or rather, Kyson will have been well and truly heard by Reckons. And that's that. So 9's up. Another weird round, the way it plays out, but...
Yeah. But remember, Warriors is only on T side.
That's true.
They go on to CT side next half.
I guess at that point, is 9 enough? Do we need double digits? Do we need 11? Is 11 even enough? Maybe
12
not.
wasn't enough last game to stop the 14-1 comeback.
It's a tap pause for Warriors. They're still saying much the same that you are, I think.
I'm pretty sure that exact game that we just saw in the last map is the same thing that's happening in the RMR right now.
What a massive comeback.
They had a 12-3 first half, and now it's 14-13. So there's something in the air tonight. There's some weird Counter-Strike happening.
Mirage is extremely CT-sided, I guess.
In multiple comps.
A big spray in here from Licky. Hasn't quite gone the way that he wanted it to, nor has the defense from Mizzy, and that's actually the B site kind of cracked open by Warriors. Do also have Obson watching for the rotators in mid. Takes a bit of a cheeky peek. It's not going to work out. I think maybe a little bit early. Antic well prepared for someone trying to cut them off. Fast retake, though, from Antic, isn't it? They're really not wasting time at all. Skull's just gone straight into B, and so is Reckons. He at least is having to work around the smoke. Has lost Night Raid and will have to do it alone.
Ooh, that's a great flash over the top.
It's going to mean the end of Antic in that round, and Warriors, they will get their 5th.
Just hit the nice entries on the way into the B site. Reinvestment here from Antic. They had plenty of money to do it. Same can be said for Warriors, who are going to attempt the long take. Molly onto the line for Skull, but he unfortunately doesn't jump spot the line. I don't know what he was really trying to do there. Trying to chuck a flash into Hut. But loses his life. Maybe he thought he had a Molly out or something.
Do you call it Hut or do you call it bedroom?
Either's fine. I just say Hut. Because I'm not really too familiar with anything that happens in the bedroom. It's a good shot from Jox.
Yeah, looks like Warriors might be doing enough at the back end of this half to keep themselves in with a sniff. 9-6, but with the fact that the T-sides have been a bit lackluster so far in this series in mind, I would say it could still be a close map.
Warriors are just so far ahead right now. They're kind of anticipating some mid-round aggression, seeing if they can punish it, put themselves even further ahead. Licky's going to try and flash one of the CTs on the line, and that's exactly what Warriors were waiting for. Even though they don't get that pick, that's some really good info about who's in what position. They know there's at least one in CT spawn, there's one elevator. Once they see Reckons up on the site here, they're going to know where all of the CTs are, really. What was that flash from Ops?
You need to stop questioning things, Pilski. Just let it happen. 5-on-2 right now. I mean, still winnable for Licky and Mizzy. There's some low HP members here for Warriors that could get cleaned up pretty quick smart, but Licky's still a long way away, and that is largely going to have to come down to Mizzy to make the impact early. He wasn't aware of Obson's position on long, and so he is going to give up his life in a 1-for-1. And poor old Licky can't get too much done either, so 9-6 is the scoreline. Warriors, have they done enough, Pilski? I mean, have they done enough to convince you?
Yes.
All right. So Warriors is going to win.
It's an easy game. Let's be honest. How's this B rush though? So you're going to have Drox Armorless. Gonna chuck a nade in. He's probably gonna die with a smoke in hand. Flash over the top isn't gonna stop him from taking one with him though. And look at this quick pace through lower dark from Kyson.
Oh yeah, I needed a pistol round like this one from the Warriors. Good start to it at least. Can they convert? I wonder. Kyson's in a great spot, and it's going to be tough now to get the bomb plant down for Antic. They're going to try to exit. Maybe take that 2-on-1 against Kyson.
Yeah.
Who should be well aware that there could be something headed in his direction. He'll just try to back things up, but Mizzy is too good.
Yeah. Nice double goosh coming out there. Completely opens up the map. Obson trying to spot them on the cross here. See if he can pick a player. Double peek, high-low. Mizzy is so sharp with the Glock. See you later.
Yeah, even the little shadow advantage not going to pay off for Obson there. And Callum Murray is going to be left in a 1-on-2. So how the tables turn.
Callum on the loop around. No kit to his name. And he's armorless as well, which is not going to help out. Spotted out. Should be an easy one for Antic. They're right on top of each other.
Mizzy just get it done himself. I think even if it's a 1v1, you back Mizzy right here. Reckons is going to keep his head down for as long as possible. So will Mizzy. They're not giving any chances to Callum Murray. It's a very nice pistol round from Mizzy with a 4K.
It's a big missed opportunity for Warriors, though, has to be said. They were all over that. They kind of scissor paper rocked them in that pistol round and still couldn't win it. Really good mid-rounding from Antic. Don't know why Licky doesn't have head armor against USPs, but don't worry about it.
Bit of a push up mid. The old shooting gallery strat. I do like it, to be honest. I think it's a little bit more fun than what you normally get on the eco from the CT side on it. It tends to at least often result in 1 kill. Maybe even 2 here. Mizzy's been shot in the head a couple of times, and Antic, 3 of them were in T-spawn just looking at that and saying, what on earth is going on? What has happened there? We'll go back to B. But it is a couple of guns sacrificed to the CT side.
This is getting a bit messy. Like I said, Licky has no head armor here. So he could go down to a USP. Pretty quick smart if a couple of headshots have hit.
Some molly in from the CT side, which causes a bit of a problem actually for Reckons. Has to change his position up. And Kyson with the AK able to strike once, but no more. 11 on the board now for Antic, and they march closer and closer toward victory.
That's a really nice round on the full USP buy, though. Makes Antic very resettable in this opening gun round. Skull down to a Mac 10. Decent util across the board from the CTs. Nothing to write home about. Obson's got a glass cannon and AWP. So this is the kind of round where, as the Ts, you can bully the CTs out of the round with superior utility usage. Look at this contest on long, though. It's going to decide a lot. A lot of players over here for Antic. Prodigy wins that first ult. This is just not going the way you'd want for Antic. 3-on-5 now. They probably have to just try and send it to B. I would imagine.
Trying to force it a bit much there.
Yeah, I think this mid to B is usually the only way you can recover from a round like this. Klyson's still got a molly jump spotting doors, though. Drox has still got a smoke. So, like, I think that's a upper tunnel smoke, molly onto doors, and it's going to be quite hard for Antic to actually break into B here.
Don't really have too many options, though, do they? And if they can get across CT without being spotted, maybe there is a chance.
No way
choice.
you mid-round like this. That's actually the perfect mid-round. Trigger discipline. Like, yep, that's Obson.
They don't look into... Oh, they do look into long. Skull has just deleted Obson.
I have never seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, I guess Warriors probably hasn't either. Skull is the only player left alive, and he's only got a Mac 10 to work with, but Drox is 8 HP, so If this comes down to a 1v1 between those two, I'm going to back Skull every day of the week. Oh, he sees them all. No, they're so low. Those first couple of shots didn't quite hit. If that's a rifle, he wins the round. Now
Splash
it's
key.
Mac 10 time. You have to do it with an AWP if you want to be splash keeper. Jeez, Bernice. It took a little while to pull down there, but Skull still got it done for Antic. That's
What was that mid-round, bro?
feeling a little bit more like overpass to me.
What was that mid-round? That 3-on-5, just dry walk through CT spawn. Oh, man. Who calls that?
Whoever's the IGL for Warriors, I guess.
For Antic, yeah.
Oh, Antic, I should say, yeah. Which, you know, could be anyone at this point. When you've got Licky and Mizzy in the roster as substitutes.
And Skull is the main RGL usually.
Oh, gonna get the gun out
1
just
HP.
in time.
Old Deagle kills that. Old Deagle gets that one.
You can't keep saying Old Deagle gets that when the Old Deagle is like now so old.
That was clean.
This is a series that has been anything but clean, and Prodigy is doing some dirty things as well, to be honest. He knows there's another player here. Reckons we'll get the better of him.
This is
Still
just
leaves it in
such
a
a
1-on-2.
cloud fiesta, Jordan.
I know.
Mizzy doesn't want to cross. He's sweating bullets right now. Oh no, Reckons, run for your life. This is getting way too sweaty. The top site plant, you'd almost never see that. This series has got everything. Macro perspective though, all silliness aside, the damage has been done to Antic. Like, their money is absolute cactus. And Drox might even take one with him.
That's a new one. What is absolute cactus, Pilski?
That means it's bad.
So on a scale of cactus to horseshoe, it's pretty cactus.
I'd say it's about a milkman. I don't know, I'm thinking of random words at this point.
Yeah.
Cactus,
exactly.
horseshoe,
You feel like you've really just come up with them all, haven't you?
yeah. But that's what
Anything
this
else?
series demands of us, Jordan. You've never cast a series like this before.
I will be honest, I probably haven't.
Check out this late long take.
It is being watched by Prodigy, but he's going to be forced off by some pieces of util nicely by Antic. And to take control along, all it takes is a couple of flashes and a smoke.
Well done. Callum's on this deep short line though, so Warriors still very much have the middle of the map. Antic gonna throw cross smoke. Maybe trying to draw out some counter utility from the CTs. But Hobson says, I don't care about utility. I'm gonna single scope on this line and just disregard pit. And I'll tell you what, Jordan, that works pretty good.
Does work pretty good. Got Callum pushing his way up mid as well. He's beaten Reckons for timing, so he should be able to wrap into long here and cause a real problem for Antic if they take their sweet time. Hobson was fully flashed with Skull. Oh, he's hit a dirty shot. It was the second crack that he would have gotten there at Hobson, but he's made it valuable. Callum can't get much more than the one kill. And that's just not enough at the moment for Warriors. They are relying on Prodigy to get this one done, and he's running out of bullets. He's got 8 left. Doesn't matter. Licky's going to take his head off. There's 4 players alive, 3 of whom are down to a quarter or less of their HP. Kyson can't get it done this time. Would have needed a Mirage CT-esque performance.
Pause.
Love a good pause.
Might be last chance saloon here for Warriors. The T side started so well, Jordan, but what happened?
If you ask me what happened in this series at any point in time, I genuinely would not have an answer for you. So maybe it's just better to not ask.
But when did I ask?
Well, you did just then.
There's attack pause from Warriors. I'll have you know, Jordan.
All right, that's good info.
You're welcome. Thanks to our lovely admin and producer.
You're a pretty smart guy, Pilski. Fancy yourself a bit of a genius, do you?
Yeah, I've done a couple Counter-Strike shows now, Jordan.
It's an interesting push out from Drox, which doesn't quite work. Obson going to have a crack himself and does take the head off of Reckons, which leaves Licky in a spot of bother, but will prompt the rest of Antic to start to pick the pace up over at long. And if they can get up in the face of Prodigy and finish him off, then it should still be a pretty good round. Licky's managed to get out of Upper Dark as well.
Oh, this is such a mess. How's Callum found himself at long here? Prod knowing with the man advantage that they can kind of play a little bit more together on Cat. Callum does kind of overextend there though, trying to make a bit more of a play because they know that the Pistolas don't have too much of a good chance coming up. Cat here, so many shots connected to Missy. They finally get it done. Kyson all alone. And that's probably going to be all she wrote, I would say. It's going to be an open plant for Scully, man.
Tyson. Oh, he actually almost does get Licky there, but 5-7 is not enough.
That point, series point for Antic. Being showing us a bit more of an overpass-esque performance. And to be fair, what is this? 5 out of 6 of the halves have kind of been like this.
Yeah. Pretty much. I feel like, in reality, Antic has been the better team in every half bar the second half of Mirage.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Antic just working the map right now. They know they've been shut out of bedroom. They are going to dribble smoke and throw some utility over towards the B side, trying to draw out counter utility from the CTs. Antic now throwing some utility towards Cat, maybe looking for some control over there as Obson smokes the middle of the map. So it seems like Antic might want to go for a bit of an A split here. But without too many numbers at long, this setup towards Blue Bin could actually be pretty good here from Warriors.
Yeah, I think a lot comes down to how this short take goes as well, though. It's toward long that's going to be a problem because the bomb plant, if it cannot be secured by Night Raid, who's dead on long, is never going to happen. So they've taken the control of the site, but how does Night Raid get here when he's watching mid and he's got 2 players headed in his direction? They know he's got the bomb. Prodigy from the bedroom doors might still be able to save this round for Warriors if he gets his timing right. Antic are charging their way in his direction, but he is stuck. He's got nowhere to go. He's going to have to go through that smoke. Night Raid gets the 1-for-1, which is enough. Maybe not. The molly down from Kyson. A winnable round. He keeps it alive for Warriors. Oh,
big brain.
okay.
Perfect molly from Kyson to win that 1-on-3. Even playing anti-flash. Nice couple of shots with the A1S. Retains that all. Now a chance for Warriors to reset the money here, Jordan. Buy's not actually fantastic for Antic. They're going to go for a bit of a long take here. Obson misses the opening shot.
He's still got his knife out. Oh my god. This is
creating space, bro. He's going for the entry.
I feel like he's playing Valorant. He's playing Jet. He's got the knives out and he's just going. Is that right? Am I a Valorant caster now? Obson gets the kill on a skull through the smoke. I don't even know what's going on in this series anymore. Callum Murray might just get Reckons. No, he won't. He'll lose that duel, and Obson's now scared. Has to back away inside the smoke. It's 4-on-3. What a game of Counter-Strike. Good flashes out into mid, but Licky's still going to win the duel against Drox, and Kyson is now in a 1-on-2 scenario, which he cannot win. Antic are all over the place. They're just going back and forth and winning duels here and there, and Warriors, unfortunately, aren't winning too many of them. Obson, 1v4. Can he get that pick on the cross? No. He knows Licky's close, but Licky also knows that he's starting to come in through CT spawn. Night Raid's gone straight into the window. It won't matter. Licky's got it done. 16-7. And that is the end of that. What do we have to say about that series, Pilski? What do you have to say? Because I think everyone's heard enough from me.
I think Warriors, I don't know what happened in the game tonight, but maybe a little bit of a disappointing performance. I think this roster definitely has some bright spots, but just not really sure what was happening. I'm pretty sure they had a fair bit of tech issues tonight though, so maybe hoping that they're going to be playing a little bit better one of these other days, because, and to be fair, yeah, they did have some great standards playing, but you can't be losing a series of this with your core roster this heavily to a team that's playing with 2 stand-ins, especially a team that, you know, they are good. They are in really good form at the moment, but you'd want, I think for a team of Warriors experience level and the players that they've got on the roster, you'd want them to put up a fight in this series. So look, end of the day, it's not going to happen. Anti's going to continue in the upper bracket, which I think was probably the expected result anyway. And look, at least Warriors was able to take a map and was able to push them, particularly on that CT half. Mirage was a very, very good showing from them. But look, I think Warriors, I'm not sure I'm even convinced from what I saw in this series that they're going to have an easy run of things in the lower bracket, but they should be one of the teams to run it through the lower bracket more than likely. So
yeah, I mean, I think
we'll
that
see some better games.
That second half on Mirage does make the series look a little bit closer for the Warriors than what it really felt like in actuality. But end of the day, they're down into the lower bracket. Now we have to start to turn our attention toward DGG and Elemental. So let's not mess around too much. We'll head to another break and start thinking about our second series. See you soon.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides.
Rocat. Experience precision.
G'day everyone, welcome back to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro Season 2. Pilski, I thought you were going to be dancing. You ruined my intro. You weren't dancing. There we go. We're jumping into series number 2, and this one is another fairly interesting one. I think maybe for different reasons than the first. Obviously, we thought Antic and Warriors could be somewhat close, and like in a sense, it was fair to say that it was, but it was also fair to say that maybe it wasn't. Like it was 3 maps, but should it have been 3 maps? Maybe not. Either way, we do jump into Series 2, and DGG Elemental, I say this is going to be a bit different because I think, for me, I look at this one, and I think this should be a pretty straightforward series for DGG, but I'm always quite keen to see what Elemental has to offer. So I'm looking forward to watching another one of their games.
100%. I think DGG should probably be the favourites, though, in this series, Jordan. And, you know, as we have seen from their roster, these boys do a good job, you know, winning a fair few of these games at these levels and beating a lot of underdogs and whatnot.
Indeed. Let's have a look and see who's on the list for tonight. Doesn't look like there's going to be any new inclusions. Just exactly what you'd be expecting from DGG. And they have been putting together a fairly recent solid string of form. I think for the most part they've won the matches that we would have expected them to win, and they've lost the matches that we would expect them to lose. I'm really only looking at losses to the likes of Greyhound, Rooster, Encore, you know, even Vertex. I don't think they've really played against super recently, but I think could be a somewhat interesting game. I'd probably still give it to Vertex, but DGG have been on the up and up. Elemental, on the other hand, obviously, you know, there's still not as much to go by when it comes to them, but we've seen a lot of them so far in this season of LPL Pro. They played in the first stage, and they made it through to the second stage. We've had the pleasure of watching them in a couple of other tournaments as well, Pilski, and while the wins haven't really been there so much for Elemental in a lot of the big matches, I think they're always a fun team to watch. They're always bringing something good to the table, and hopefully that's what we're going to get from them tonight.
Yeah, I see Talaj in the lineup there over Cheap, which it's an interesting one. I think a couple of these boys on Elemental did kind of win the recent kind of Brisbane LAN. that was going on. And I think Chief was like one of the better players on that team. So I think without having him in the lineup might be a little bit of a, an unfortunate circumstance for the boys on Elemental, especially in a game like this. But look, who knows if it would have made a difference or not.
All right, well, let's just take a quick look at the Bycode Lab head-to-head first, Pilski, and maybe that'll give us a bit of insight as to how this series is going to go. Once again, taking a look at the AWPers, and well, exactly the same rating. Very, very similar across the board in terms of their overall impact. And, I think that says a lot about, in particular, Isaiah, who obviously has been a player that we have highlighted quite a lot for this Elemental roster. He seems to be quite a proficient AWPer. Taking that battle today against Zeph, not going to be the easiest of tasks. I think Zeph is, certainly a very experienced player in his own right, and probably does have the leg up in that department. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to be looking at this as a fairly important matchup, especially depending on how the maps play out.
I think they both have kind of a semi-similar AWPing style as well. Like Zeph definitely has a bit of a flickier kind of AWP style, doesn't mind going aggressive, but with the overall structure of DGG, he does. As opposed to when he started picking up the AWP, he started to play some more kind of standard AWP positioning and playing a little bit lower kind of standard, less risk kind of reward style. So I probably expect Isaiah to be the one that's taking more risks and going for some more of those kind of big impact plays and whatnot. And I dare say that his team will probably need it to win the series, whereas Zeph probably doesn't really need to cut very many corners, and the rest of his team should probably follow it up pretty well.
Indeed. Obviously, lots to sort of think about as well. I mean, the maps are going to be important. I guess there's a little to be said for Elemental. We've seen a couple of series from them. They do tend to be picking towards the likes of a little bit of Dust 2 in there for them. Pretty much is seems to be like the go-to, which as a result, obviously, for DGG, they're going to get rid of it, which means Elemental's going to head towards Vertigo. Is a bold choice, I think, against a team like DGG, who is traditionally relatively okay on this map. Then we have Inferno as well as Ancient to round the pool out. Be interesting if we get to map 3. Ancient, haven't seen much from either of these teams on that, but don't know if we're getting there.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. This is a 2-0 for DGG all day long, 2-0.
I thought you were number one Elemental fan.
Maps don't matter in this series, but Elemental, in this kind of a series, what you want to see from them, especially if they are playing with a substitute, kind of sours a little bit. But what you want to see from Elemental in this series is just see them put up a good performance, not get completely smacked out of the server by DGG, try to put up double digits. Maybe you get the color to see a couple of players on their roster that might be able to hold their own at this level. And like I said, I am hyped for Elemental. I've seen them have a couple of good games here and there. They try to play properly. They try to play structured. A couple of their players has gone over and won the Brisbane land. So especially when I see up and coming players that, they're doing all the right things, bro. They're playing the right way in terms of Counter-Strike. They're qualifying for all of the leagues and playing a lot of domestic Counter-Strike. They're playing local lands and winning them. Like, these are big tick, 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 tick across the board for a lot of these players to, continue to do better things in the future. So, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for them to try and put up double digits against DGG, but particularly going into a map like Vertigo, although DGG actually doesn't have like a fantastic win rate on it. Most of their losses come either a couple of months ago, so I don't know how much you can draw from it because it's a tiny bit of a different roster, and it was a while ago. And on top of that, most of their their losses do come from, the best teams in the country. So that's a bit of a far shot from an Elemental, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, is there any world, though, where, like, for example, the map loss against DGG plays on your mind? Against Nutty, I should say, for DGG plays on your mind. Obviously, they lost Mirage 16-10 fairly recently. I think that was last week or earlier in the week.
I didn't actually get to watch that game.
Last week at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't really know about that, but I guess that's a bit of an outlier. Did you get to cast that game?
I did, yeah. And that was exactly what you're saying. I was looking at that and I was going, I mean, this should be a 2-0 every day of the week for DGG, right? But it wasn't. They lost Mirage, and that was a bit kind of how you're going. And we thought, that's a bit weird. But then they went on to win 16-6, 16-3 on Inferno and Ancient, respectively. So it was kind of like, all right, well, yeah, I mean, it was an outlier that DGG just lost that map to Nutty for some reason. And obviously a bit of a above and beyond performance from a couple of the members on Nutty kind of got it done. But you got the sense that DGG was still the better team.
Yeah, I think like Nutty, the thing is, right, that they've been playing that map for quite a while, you know, so their familiarity is pretty there on that map, despite the fact that I don't think, put a whole lot of prac in overall in terms of just putting in the hard yards as a team. And I think Mirage can be a bit of an upset map. So when you see it go into more structured maps in that series, like Inferno, like Ancient, you see DGG win it a lot more handedly. And let's be real, in this series, we've got structure all the way through. We're playing Vertigo into Inferno into Ancient. So there is going to be no random pugging it out to kind of win the game. And that's not really Elemental's style anyway. So I think it's going to be a little bit easier for DGG to kind of dissect and disrupt a team like Elemental than it is to play against a bit of a looser Nutty.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say, obviously, our opinions are leaning toward DGG for this one. And I actually kind of forgot that map of Ancient was in there for DGG, and how convincing they were against Nutty. Does sort of make me think, yeah, even if we do go through to Ancient, we probably should have that one wrapped up. I know Elemental did play a little bit of Ancient, not in the recorded games on HLTV, but earlier on in this season of LPL. But I remember there being a very messy game of Ancient for Elemental. It might have even been the very first game we watched Elemental play in.
Yeah,
it's hard to remember when
I think I remember them peaking it, and they had some like decent preparation. They had some decent executes and stuff like that. But you know, I don't think it's going to be anything that that DGG is not going to be ready for and able to deal with. So yeah, look, end of the day, you know, we've kind of set the expectations, and I think it's pretty straightforward what we expect out of this series. I think DGG are one of the favorites for this whole tournament. So.
All right, looks like we're taking a little while to get into the game, so it's time for us to head to a short break. Don't go too far away. We'll see you soon.
Taimaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, free fall. Whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks.
Hello, welcome back. It's LetsPlay.Live CSGO Pro Season 2 for LPL Pro. And of course, we are jumping into our second series. It's DGG and Elemental, who we think is probably going to struggle today, Pilski, but you never know. Elemental's an interesting team. They sometimes pull off some good maps here and there. DGG, also I've seen kind of dropping some maps here and there lately, but I will say I think DGG should have this one wrapped up in 2. But I never like to be the one that casts the curses at Pilski, so I always tend to hedge my bets a little bit.
So we have a different player stepping in for Elemental. Pardon me, sorry, I had to sneeze. Chief wasn't playing and now he is playing, but they're still playing with a sub, so I don't know what's going on with Elemental's roster tonight. Indeed. Double kit for DGG, that's a different one. I don't think I've ever seen a double kit on the pistol round, but here we are. Elemental making their way up the old scaffold, Jordan, into secret. Going to be a bit of an exit on the A site here.
Yeah, it's a full mid stack actually from DGG. Your Wombat more interested in playing retake over toward the B bomb site? Sorry, the A bomb site. He's going to get that nade in, but it doesn't really do too much. Still, he's got the headshot with the pistol to get some work done. Talas will get the bomb plant down, and DGG now have to secure the 4-on-5 retake. They've got control of bottom ramp. They aren't really letting Elemental up onto the site itself either. There is 2 kits, bear that in mind. And Gum's already on the defuse. Elemental's not doing anything about it. He's not even... No one's even going to look at him. There was a smoke, to be fair. But I feel like that was a little bit too easy for DGG.
Yep. Just stick to defuse. It's that easy. Get on it. Get it done. Bomb plant does open the door for a force buy to come out here for Elemental, but they're not actually... Okay. I don't know what's going on. They half bought, but Talaj full bought. So they can't decide exactly what they're going for here, but they went for something. And that's the main thing.
Hero Galil.
Hero Galil.
Or
the worst hero ever. Literally just like the most scuffed hero ever. Kind of working though.
Like, have you ever seen The Boys? Do you watch The Boys?
I've seen the season 1, yeah.
It's like Homelander from The Boys. The most scuffed hero ever.
Yeah,
actually,
but he still at least packs the punch.
It's probably more like The Deep, isn't it?
Yeah. pretty much.
2-0.
Yeah. Your reference,
that was a good
your
analogy.
reference wasn't all that deep either, so.
No, I actually think that was a good one.
Okay.
You're just a hater.
Yeah. All right. That's 2-0 for DGG. Here's the reinvestment, and Talaj can hero Galil both rounds. So that's huge.
Where's the hero Galil if everyone else bought?
Still a hero, bro. He's just a little bit further down the roster.
I see.
Rory goes down early with a full belt to util. So that's not ideal. Elemental playing 4-on-5 on T side now. How will they recover, Jordan?
That is a good question. Isaiah just looking to put a bit of presence on the ramp.
Where's that smoke gone? Throwing a smoke off the map. I'm done.
I was going to say, I was like, I can't see it on the map. So maybe nowhere. It's an interesting spot for Zeph to play in. He's got a little bit of help from teammate next to him, but Talaj inside of this smoke, hoping that it's going to fade favorably for him. It will. Bringing it back to the 4-on-4. And there's still a lot of time left here for Elemental. They've got just under a minute to play with. Starting to clear their way into mid, courtesy of Reaps. The rest of Elemental, more interested in A. But this is definitely a winnable fight for Reaps if he takes it on to your Wombat. I mean, he can cut off a couple of rotators. It's really just Apoc Dud, but he's gotten to the bottom of ramp. Isaiah is dead. Apoc Dud will be a little bit disappointed with that one. It's taken a bit too long to finish things off, so he does get traded down pretty comfortably. It's a really weird round.
Yeah. Looking like it's going the way of Elemental, though. They've got gun advantage. They've got a molly and a flash for the post plant here. Reaps can throw that for some of the boys if he links up with them over on secret side. When it comes to retake for TGG, though, they do have a smoke and a kit.
Flash in there as well for your Wombat, but he's not going to use it. He's just going to send it forward with the MP9.
They just
waiting for Chief to peek, and they do it again. They do it again. I mean, this time, I guess, to be fair, the bomb is planted a little safer from ramp, but even still. Like, it was around the corner on the edge of the site, so it wasn't as if you could just spam through the smoke from ramp. You had to fully come up into the site, but Elemental, they're going to have a look at that.
They're going to half buy here. Talaj speed running his way to buying a Galil every round of T-side of Vertigo. See if he can make it to all 15. Wonder what the bookies would put the odds on that on for.
Oh, little bit of a boost up over that smoke from Apoc Dud isn't going to quite get converted into a kill, but already, obviously, an extra man to play with for DGG. Ahead to that ramp control, even stairs control for DGG at the moment. Not that they're fully aware of that, but there is no T in that area just yet.
Just Talaj over here with the bomb. The rest of the T's are kind of having a look over towards stairs side, and he's going to link up with them. Just a smoke. That's the only util they've got, and I don't think the Tech Knights at this range will be having a good time against Gump.
Well, I think Gump's ready for that test. Talaj goes down without too much of an effort. This gets a bit more difficult, though, for him. Needs to be careful with where he's peeking. Should have a little bit of backup there from your Wombat as well, which is going to make it quite a clean round for DGG. 5 guns up. And Elemental into their first proper gun round.
Going to give Isaiah an ult. And full AKs and util across the board. So a good opportunity for Elemental to get into the game, but they will have to win 2 gun rounds back to back to break the CT side money. DGG changing up their setup. Going to go for a high, low, and middle. So if Reaps goes over there on the lurk, like you've seen a couple of times, they're going to try and crossfire him and pick him early. I think Gump's got a lot of control of stairs early on in this round.
Well, Reaps will be able to win himself almost a couple of aim duels. I was ready to say a couple of aim duels, but Hugh just locks it down, keeps it in check for DGG. Your Wombat's also doing some work. Elemental don't seem like they can get a foot in the door at the moment. It's very difficult for them to even get up to bomb sites unhindered.
Yeah, they're getting shut out of ramp here. Full control for DGG. So they're going to have to turn back towards this B side of the map where Gump is on his lonesome, but Hugh's over there with a full belt of util to help him out, and you can already see the rotation coming in from Wombat as well.
Chief trying to get his way up into the B side. Is going to have a couple of members to deal with. Gump once again in the same position behind the pillar. Will be mollied out, but there's a smoke for him to work with. Rory round the back gets himself double kill. Apok could still clutch this one out, particularly if Isaiah doesn't know where he is, but a bit of an itchy trigger finger does give away his position. Molly over the top, and now Isaiah in with a crack. Won't actually decide to pick. The Molly burning him alive. There was a leg in there, I think, onto Apok Dud, and now it's down to the 1-on-1. Rory, 50 HP, 7 bullets left for Apok Dud. Doesn't opt to go for the AWP. He's just going to sit on that defuse. He's going to do it again. They're going to do it again. No, he hasn't stuck it. He's drawn out that peek from Rory, but he can't win the duel. It's a really nice round from Rory, though. Rory, the racing car, they call him Pilski. Do you know why that is?
Because he frequently needs to refuel.
Did you tell me about this, or did someone else tell me about this? His TRC stands for the racing
I don't know
car.
who told me about this. So
I feel like it was Jim. It must have been Jim.
I don't think it was Jim.
Well, I guess it must have been Mac.
Yeah. I think Rory, the racing car, might be the only thing that goes faster than Mac's mouth most of the time. Okay, this is... Yep. I guess it's... Yep. Hugh's there.
We'll just... Yep.
At 1 minute 40. Okay. This is a round of Counter-Strike.
It is. 4 on 3 now.
What are you doing, Tom?
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I mean, they've lost full control of mid. Reaps is... I don't even know how on earth this round is playing out the way that it is. But Reaps has come up with a really nice passage of play. And that's going to be a bomb plant and probably a round for Elemental as well.
That was actually big. That was a big round. Man just went on a tear through middle. Hugh 1 on 3 now. No smoke for the bomb, so I don't think he's going to be able to get that ninja defuse off. Yeah. Wise to back away. Hold on to the front side Misty. A classic skin, Jordan.
Is this a classic skin?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of... yeah. Like 2016, I think. 2015, 2016.
I'm going to be honest, my skin game is not on point.
Yeah, I know. You need some Neutrogena or something.
No, I wasn't referring to that skin. That skin, on point. I've got a good skincare routine, actually. Just my CSGO skins leave a bit to be desired. I think I sold them all. I mean, I know I sold them all. I just don't know if there's like even any left. Let me have a look. See what we've got. Might have a USP skin still.
Well, that's a play. Hugh just runs through mid, kills Reaps. It's the second time he's gone hyper aggressive and found an opening pick. Elemental trying to pick up the pieces by throwing some util towards this A site, seeing if they could set themselves up on a post plant to boost up on Hugh, though. It's another chance for him to find a pick here, and he's found Talaj very low on the left side there.
Ooh. Big spray. And... oh, he does. It's actually Zeph that's got it. All right, maybe a winnable round actually here for DGG. They've got a smoke. They've got a defuse kit. Your Wombat's wrapping in underneath, but he hasn't really properly checked Chief's position. It's going to be brought back to even numbers by that kill from Apok Dud. He's now got an AK to play with. There is a smoke, but Isaiah, he's through it. What's going on? Oh, Apok Dud's going to save Zeph, and now the defuse is on. He just has to watch Chief. He hasn't got there. He hasn't got there. It's another defuse for DGG. This is unbelievable. Tonight is unbelievable. I'm done. I don't want to cast Counter-Strike anymore.
This is a great game of Counter-Strike. I'm having so much fun.
Oh no.
Pause. Fair enough. It's a tactical timeout for Elemental. They are discussing the finer points of Counter-Strike, how when counter-terrorists do defuse the bomb for 5 seconds with a kit, they win the round. And you want to stop that. And so far, the amount of times that DGG have been able to do that is currently the scoreline difference between Elemental and GGG. So probably something worth working on.
I just can't get over the fact that Elemental only has 2 rounds. But then again, I also can't get over the fact that they do have 2 rounds, because the rounds that they've won have been a bit streaky, but the rounds that they've lost have also been a bit streaky. So why is the bomb defused on A? I don't know.
It's taunting them. The large. Gonna see if he can go large on scaffold. Creeping up inside the smoke again. He's the main man for Elemental on the front foot. The rest of them pretty passive. Reaps holding mid. Rest of the boys starting to work their way towards stairs. So I think Talaj here probably going to turn into a bit more of an aggressive lurk. Maybe try to catch some CT aggression in the mid to late round. There you go. He's done well.
Now Gump's going to have a bit of a job to do. Hugh is sort of there to render assistance. Can maybe pop a flash over the top if needed, but most of this is going to have to come down to Gump really just holding onto the site, and I don't know if he's going to be able to multi-frag from this position too easily.
That's well-timed molly though.
Yeah, it is, but a couple of members are up in front of it. He's going to take the challenge onto Rory and just wide swings. Of course, Chief was always going to be there for the trade. It has allowed time for Hugh to get in onto the site. He's jumped himself up onto the railing and just waits patiently for Elemental to walk into his crosshair. It's not going to happen. Your Wombat and Apoc done. Oh, the one's getting the initial frags. But eventually, the round dissipates for Elemental. It was a good start, wasn't it? But their side hits have just left a bit too much to be desired so far.
Yeah, good rotations on in. I think Gump, the molly that he throws breaks up the push really nicely. So Elemental kind of coming to the B site very staggered. After those first 2 players get shut down, DGG has enough time to be able to rotate in and save the day. Not sure what the hell's going on with Elemental's money here. Half of them are bought, half of them are saving. Which is an interesting approach. I don't think Chief got the memo. I can't explain this, honestly. But Tom's got it on lockdown. Not to worry.
Elemental will have a bit of a look in toward the B site instead. Gump is at his favourite position on the pillar.
It's a girder, Jordan. Please.
I'm going to call it a pillar, alright? And there's nothing you can do about it. Somehow, no one's dead. Well, I mean, there are people that are dead, but Gump's still alive, and I don't know how. But anyway, there you go. 7-2's the scoreline, and he's got an AK.
Here's the reinvestment for Elemental, though. Back into the action again. Money pretty good for DGG. A couple of the players getting a little bit poorer, so the reset window is there. 2 gun rounds in a row here for Elemental, Jordan, and they are back into this half, and they could really start to close that distance. Reeves has copped a bit of damage early on here, maybe from a bit of a side stab. Aggression from Zeph. That's a freebie for him, and he's going to get out scot-free as well, I think.
Whoa. Bit of a spray in there from Apoc Dud. Talaj is actually going to get the better of Zeph again. Time in as many rounds. Rory, though, is really having troubles getting up into the A site. Apoc Dud, he's a bit of a stone wall at the moment on ramp. Has tucked himself behind the sandbags, and well, he does need to be a little careful. Talaj, though, his head pops up above the smoke, and Apoc Dud whisks that one away as well.
Got to be Reaps in middle, I think. Molly pressure from Chiefs forces Apoc Dot out, but that's an instant 1 beat. Apoc Dot handing out free haircuts.
Where is Reaps going to go? Oh, you might get Hugh. Knife out. That'll be the info, at least, that DGG does need. And your Wombat confident enough to take the duel. It's going to win at 8-2. DGG go one step closer to double digits in the half.
Going to steady their money a little bit as we get another pause. Things are looking a little disjointed from Elemental in terms of how they're buying. They're going to take a tack pause, have a bit of a chat about where they're at in this half and where they want to be. You know, what the future holds for them. You know, bit of a 5-year plan in action. And they've decided to, you know, as you do, save for the future. Next round, they're going to try and buy a house.
Fair enough. Starting to run out of chances, though, on this T side. And bearing in mind, this is Elemental's choice. There's a bit to be desired. Zeph had to get quick up onto the jump up. And maybe wasn't quite fast enough. Didn't get the backup he needed either. And goes down for free. Gump at least is going to be able to clear out the close wall. But Elemental are going to give it another crack. They've got an M4.
True. Got a fair bit of util as well to kind of put the pieces together in the mid to late round. Like, to actually throw a proper late round exit. Apoctard throwing some retake utility over on towards Scaffold side. They don't know how close Isaiah is, though. That's good crosshair placement for him, but look at the movement for Apoctard. What is that? Like a backwards crouch up and down. Saves his life. There's
Backwards
the flash to regress.
Yeah, you're all over it. You got the naming conventions down pat.
Yeah, that's
3 on 3.
That's a trademark move from Apoctard, obviously.
I'm going to have to ask him about that one next time I see him. See if he can tell me where he
Didn't
learned
he do that on the couch or not?
I can't even remember what it was. Was it a backwards upside down left to right?
Yeah, left hook. Good night.
There you go. Alright, well. Gump's just going to watch that molly behind him. Oh, and your Wombat straight through the smoke. Almost got 2. Gump might be able to deny this bomb plant. Was watched though by Chief. So it starts to fall into the hands of Hugh and your Wombat to complete. Decently timed incendiary. We'll get Hugh back up into the site. And now Chief has to play around that. Smoke's going to go down onto the bomb. This is still winnable for Chief, but not if your Wombat is watching.
Good damage. Is it going to matter? Yeah, it might. If Elemental wins the next 2, then they could put pressure on that CT economy and potentially set themselves up for an easier round number 15. So let's see if they can take advantage of that window that they've opened. Zeph, Gump, Apoctard all looking a little broken than the rest of the boys. Ooh, that's a nice opener. This is where it starts, Jordan. This is where the comeback starts.
Yeah, that said, they still have to get through Apoctard, and I feel like if you haven't done that yet, you haven't cracked A. Because he is on a bit of a tear at the moment. You're waiting for Reaps in mid. I will say Reaps has been pretty good. But I think he got a headshot in there through the box, and that's not enough to finish off Hugh, who does have the head armor.
Spamming away. Gump's got full control of B, so that's not really an option for Elemental to go back in the mid-round, but they're not worried about that. They picked up Zeph. Apoctard all on his lonesome in the site. Hasn't got the rotation in from Hugh, who's quite weak already. Look at this repositioning towards secret side, though. That could be the round-winning play.
Oh, once again, Apoctard playing tricks with Elemental. Isaiah is game for it. Hugh up over the top. Balls of steel. 10-2. And DGG secure double digits for the half.
Who does that on 16 HP? Just strafes out.
Hugh does, apparently.
think he knows that that other player is back on ramp side defending secret, so he has a bit of a timing window. That could easily have been just a tap, though, to be fair, from the T on site. Works out for Remote. Another gun round coming out here for Elemental off the back of that bomb plant and the loss bonus. Apoc Dub with full ramp control. He's always been pretty good on Vertigo. Even going back to Vertex, I remember him having some good games on this map.
Yeah, this has been another one. Zeph might have been spotted there. Talash certainly having a bit of a longer look on that line, but doesn't really result in too much. Do you think we've got Gump at the bottom of stairs already? So DGG are feeling pretty confident this is going to be an A hit. Got two players in mid, but fast rotates coming across from those two.
Creep up. Scaff side in this 3-on-5. Gump again has just got full B control, which is really informing the rotates of DGG at this point. They can lean pretty heavily over towards this A side of the map with confidence.
A lot of individualistic pushes from Elemental being shut down quite comfortably by DGG. So now just Chief and Reaps. Of which one will find a frag. Need a little bit more than that. Hugh doesn't even decide to keep his head down. He just keeps taking that fight. Eventually, Zeph will lose his life. This is still a winnable round, actually, for Elemental. There's a lot of damage being done. Unfortunately, losing Chief is now going to make this pretty hard for Reaps to get off of the site. We've got Gump coming up the backside. And that's all that's necessary to finish it off. DGG get one more. They're not making it look too difficult for themselves either.
Elemental gonna try and run it back on another gun round. They're kind of getting shut out of the extremities in this game, though. Like, Gump is pretty routinely getting full stairs control. Apoc Dud had full ramp control that round. Like, they're getting bullied out of critical areas of the map, so we want to see them do a better job of contesting. This time it's Hugh over here on this angle. Turns from the flash on a bad timing, so that's a nice little entry for Elemental. And they are just going to choose to play the 5-on-4 a little bit slower. Not going to try and rush and scale up into Gump. Just going to slow the game down a little.
Zeph's gonna go through the smoke. It's not gonna work. Talaj there waiting for it. A little bit more of a patient round here from Elemental, but I like to just see them group up and go together when they've got that numbers advantage. They do have the skill to be able to trade it down. Apoc definitely still going to be a factor, but hard to double down from a position like this one. Isaiah won't take that first peek. In fact, there's a flash through from Your Wombat, which works out in so much as it gets one pick for Apoc Dud, but that's really not enough at this point in time. Rory waiting for for Your Wombat to come through that smoke. Leaves it on to just Gump, who has actually denied the bomb plant, and with that, given himself a little bit of a chance. Very slim one, but worth giving a crack nonetheless. Money's still pretty good on that CT side. Gump's got himself another one. 12 HP now to work with. Can he make it happen? Rory, Talach try to figure it out, and they've got it all good in the end, 11-3.
Haven't broke that CT money, though. So it's going to be a pretty nice reinvestment here from DGG. Should be a full buy for the most part. Maybe one or two players down to an MP9 or something like that. Yeah, just Zeph, who has been going pretty aggressive anyway. I'm not sure it's going to mind too much. Elemental on the way towards ramp, but it's a bit of a slower round. Nice nade stack onto Reaps there. He takes a lot of damage in the early round. Elemental picking up the pace in middle. They throw a fair bit of utility. This is really pressuring some of the rotations here. Hugh almost dies to the molly. In the meanwhile, Apoc Dud dies over towards that ramp side, I think. So it's another round that goes well for Elemental, actually. Oh no, how has that happened?
Yeah, not too sure about that, but Chief is in a really cheeky spot there, and Gump certainly not prepared for it. The crosshair placement was elsewhere. Talon's just been finding a lot of impact frags. He's been getting a lot of the opening kills. And a lot of the equalizing kills as well. That have kind of got Elemental back into rounds. Here, he opens the account. Brings it into a 3-on-4. Zeph with just an MP9. And Hugh on 2 HP looks like quite a weak CT defense right now.
Yeah, Elemental have read this well. Reeves controlling the middle of the map, can get a late flank on as a bit of a contingency. They still haven't cleared Zeph out of secret, and Reeves actually goes down.
Could start to get a bit problematic. Zeph hasn't quite got the timing there. Chief was watching for it. He wanted to deny the bomb plant maybe, but not going to happen.
No kit.
So Hugh and Wombat will have to move quickly. Isaiah spotted one out, but no connection with the AWP. And just the delaying util over the top is probably going to be a little bit too much. Your Wombat does get the 1-for-1, but Isaiah is there to clean it up. 11-4. It's a nice end to the half for Elemental, picking up the last couple, but you have to say DGG have really put themselves in a good spot.
Well, I think this is kind of what we expected out of this game. Nice CT side from TGG, who will now continue along on the T side. Elemental kind of need this CT pistol to get off on the right foot. Apoc Dud almost gets caught with nade in hand, but pulls out his Glock, decides to end Rory before he throws his util set.
Decent start to it for TGG. Bomb plant's going to go down on B as well. They're really not messing around too much for time.
Wombat's got the flashes ready to counter the retake, but he might get caught with util in hand here.
Yeah, may not be expecting anyone from the stairs. Does throw the flash over the top, and it is a good one, but actually the trades, well, until Zeph starts to get involved, did look a bit awkward. Elemental, they're making this one look possible. Isaiah is really in a great spot, and where is that second Chiefs DGG player? I don't even know why I thought of Chiefs. There it is, Apoc Dud by Electrical Generator, and it's not really going to matter too much. Isaiah gets that kill, but round's over.
He kept his armor though, which means he can glass cannon an A1S. Come on. Yeah, there you go. You know he wanted to. Send him in. If I'm Isaiah, I throw my flash to someone else and I say, send me in, son. But DGG not taking any chances in a round like this. Full rifles across the board. Nice nade onto Hugh to kick things off. But DGG going to work heavily towards that stairs side of the map. Rely on the boost initially here. Zeph keeping tabs on ramp side. Doesn't see a damn thing. Oh, there you go. Nice entries from Apoc Dud.
Yeah, very nice. And your Wombat with the third one as well. That's it pretty cleanly in the favor of DGG. That Hero M4 really not resulting in too much for Elemental, unfortunately. Though they do take it through to the next round and the AK as well. So I don't run out of time on this map. And again, this is their choice. So it's not really ideal. Not really what you'd want to be seeing. Though the expectation obviously was coming into this that DGG would be the favoured team. One gun down for the CT side. Worthwhile trade for Gump. He spotted out Isaiah as well, and so Apoc Dud's just going to send it in there. This smoke I don't think is going to keep him safe. The flash out! And Apoc Dud gets it done. No gun safe for Elemental. Very bad news heading into the next round.
Yeah, tried to risk it for the biscuit there with the force buy, which you can't blame him considering the scoreline that they're on and the fact that Isaiah could get himself an A1S. Like, I didn't mind the approach, but unfortunately, they don't get that round. So now they're going to have to full save. This is a nice little stack here. To be honest, they're just going to send it straight in on top of the T's, and it kind of works. They get two openers here. DGG just going to cut their losses and head back towards the A side of the map straight away. You can see Wombat's called the audible. Going to be joined up with by Apoc Dud to get themselves very quickly into a post plant there. Mac 10's been recovered as well as a CZ. There's an AK on the ground at least.
I'm not sure how much that really troubles DGG, though. Get the bomb down on A. You know, sure, you let the CTs have some guns, but they're going to buy next round anyway. And we're not really in this one for the long haul. DGG, they're just focused on getting the round wins rather than, you know, playing the economic game or whatever. So if they can get it over the line, then they're more than happy with that. And that's exactly what they're going to be able to do here. Put it to 14.
They are kind of hunting here. I say getting tickled by the Molotov. No doubt they've heard that. They're going to clean him up as well, and that's an upgrade of the Galil into the AK for Wombat. Team flash over the top. Either robs him of a kill or saves his life. I'm not really sure which. But end of the day, Elemental buy up anyway. And DGG, look, they're up 14-4. One way or another, they're going to close this game. It's just about how many gun rounds Elemental can put them in between them and defeat at this point.
Yeah, it does very much feel like a matter of time. Gun round out for Elemental, though. See what they can offer us on this CT side. Hey, maybe they're a CT-sided team. Maybe they can pull off something a little Warriors-esque. Isaiah, though, would need to be very careful about the peek that he's about to make. The flash came over the top really nicely. And that worked a lot more than I thought it would.
Yeah. Oh, another one. Full blind from Chief. That is a whole bunch of entries. Or opening kills, rather, for Elemental. That look easy as you like. And look, if you're going to ever put together a comeback on the CT side, Jordan, Warriors-esque, as you put it, then a very clean gun round like that is going to be the way to start it. Isaiah with 3 as well. If the player cams were on, he would be screaming. And I dare say he probably is anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if the, you know, is he the kind of player that does it for the cams, or does he just do it?
He just does it.
He just does it. Maybe he just does it. Glad he's not my neighbor.
Yeah, true.
Although, I don't know if I really have a leg to stand on in that respect, because I'm sure I'm not the best neighbor.
Nah. Do kind of stink, not gonna lie. That's a juicy nade from Talaj. Locking down that ramp. We've got a hero AK on Hugh. He's seeing what he can find, and he's going to be gifted. Never mind, his backpack has let him down. Similar to when Mum used to pack my lunch in school.
Oh no. You get the apple, and
maybe you get something that's a little bit too wet and that gets shaken up a little bit.
Yeah. You were never the kid that got the roll-up, were you?
No, not really. I'd often get sandwiches I didn't like, and then I would tell Mum that I didn't like them, and she would make them again.
Come on,
That's
Mum.
a nice angle. Whew.
That's a disgusting angle. Zeph could be the kind of player to actually win this round if he finds a couple more openings like that.
Getting a mid to B here. Gump he was edging up. Zeph knows he's got a bit of a timing now. Never mind.
Yeah, never mind indeed. 6 up for Elemental, 4 guns through. Not a bad round, but they'll have to deal with a buy now. DGG, I think they're the kind of team that really wants to get this done. They don't want to be messing around. Oftentimes, in matches that they're expected to win, you really do see them winning them quite cleanly. You know, 16-6 or better.
Yeah. That's what you would expect for sure. Slow ramp control here for DGG, taking their time. Creep through the smoke. Oh, Talaj almost had the angle. Unfortunately, looks away at the wrong timing. He had the right idea, but wrong execution.
He's looking pretty undefended at the moment, but a nice flash in there from Chief is going to keep DGG at bay to allow the rotation in. Unfortunately, Reaps dropped elsewhere. And it is going to mean that DGG have the 2-player advantage. The recontest on ramp, not quite dealt with by your Wombat cleanly. He's going to give a bit of that map control back to the CT side, but what can they really do with it? Noting that they are still down a player, and to be fair, Rory's on 13, so he might fall over pretty quickly. Chief needed to win that duel and was able to. Elemental, they're fighting their way back into this round. Timing may not work out here for Chief. Zeph is ready to shut it down, and, well, that's a bit of a masterclass. Gets two pretty straightforward frags and pretty much gives DGG the round.
Isaiah has been waiting for Gump for years, but unfortunately he's just missed him. And as such, he's probably going to lose his AWP here.
Certainly going to be having a look. Gump wrapping him behind him. And there you go. Can he find an upgrade? Does he want the AWP? He's only got the Galil. Looks like that'll be retained through the next round for Gump. But DGG are on 15. One round required.
Ah, perfect. We have disconnect on map point. My favorite, Jordan.
Why is it always on map point?
Oh, there we go. It was a tactical pause of Elemental. It was an instant reconnect, though. Don't panic. Never mind. He's gone again.
Is it a retry?
It's Apoc dud as well. He knows what he's doing to us.
He does.
He's doing this on purpose.
I knew there was a reason I didn't like that guy.
Apparently he's got mouse issues, so I think somebody needs to
It's
call
not going to be the only issue he
exterminator.
has in a sec, Pilski, because I'm going to head
sure.
on down. I think he's going to have to deal with me. Then he's going to have some real issues.
He's just lucky I moved further away from the suburb that he lives in, because that would be very doable.
I want to ask Pilski, how often did you have tech issues when you were playing?
Oh, always. I played constantly with lag. I was literally kicked from a team for having unstable internet.
Right. It's another elemental tactical pause. Are they just being nice and like using all their tax so that DGG doesn't have to call it tech? Which would be pointless, but...
It might have something to do with the fact that they're on against map point. But I'm not a genius or anything, Jordan.
Well, I'm glad you recognize that, because that is probably the truest statement you've said tonight.
Any truers?
All right, looks like the shenanigans are over. We can get into round number 22.
Do you have a bingo reference for us? 22. Buckle your shoe. I don't know.
I thought of something, and it was to do with the Portaloos.
That would have been better. That would have been more topical. DGG working some scaffold control. There you go. Apoc Dud doing what he does best. Runs on in, gets that entry. No more mouse issues for him. Does get dumpstered by Talaj. That's a nice thing as well. Woo!
Oh, your Wombat's ballsy to pop his head back up there.
Yeah.
But it actually works out for him. Trades all over the place across the map. Hughes into B. The bomb is rotating, and he's having a look at Rory as well. Okay. Pack it up. Let's see what Chief can do. If he wins this duel against Hugh, he actually puts it into a winnable scenario. So Hugh doesn't really want to bite off more than he can chew here. He's given Chief a chance. Plant's gone down. Yes, DGG should still win it from here. But never mind. I'm not even going to say what I was going to say because it's irrelevant now. 16-6 is the scoreline, and DGG, they do finish off map 1. That was the map choice of Elemental, which doesn't bode particularly well for them going into the next map. Knowing that it's Inferno as well is a fairly solid match for DGG, but was there enough there to make you happy with what Elemental brought to the table?
I don't know.
Maybe not quite.
I think I want to see Elemental get double digits and like kind of push DGG a little bit more. But again, it's like another one of these weird issues where you have some of these like kind of important stage 2 games. I don't know if I'm going into stage 2 of LPL Pro and I'm an up and coming team. I'm probably wanting to bring like my full roster, the one that I've been practicing with, and really try to win. But you get another team playing with stand-ins and things like that. And at the end of the day, when you're playing a team like DGG, one of the better teams we have domestically, that's not going to bode well for you, and you're going to get kind of slammed.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Inferno is up next, and we'll see if DGG can close this one out 2-0 or not right after the break.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro. You can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makoto. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different
G'day and welcome back. It's LPL Pro CSGO. Pilski is ready to jump into map 2. You're always pumped up and ready, aren't you, Pilski? You love a good elemental game.
I got the pump earlier at the gym, so I'm always pumped up. You're all right.
Question is, has it been a good elemental game?
It's been a mental game, that's for sure. Inferno for them hasn't been great. They lost very, very one-sided games to Warriors and Dynasty. So I think Inferno against DGG is going to be a tough one for Elemental. I'm not going to lie.
I agree. Let's jump into it and see, though, whether or not there is going to be a world maybe where Elemental can cause some trouble for DGG tonight, or if DGG will secure the 2-0. It is their map choice, and it has historically been quite a solid map for them as well. So have to sort of put my eggs in the DGG basket tonight, I'd say. And to be honest, I think actually for this tournament as a whole, DGG is maybe not a bad shout for a grand finalist or even a victor.
Absolutely.
It'll probably be between them or Vertex, I'd say. And if they can sweep through these earlier bracket matches, that'll be a good confidence builder.
Yeah, I don't think they need the confidence. It's more like just getting their reps in, you know, making sure the mouse still works, making sure that they're still able to shoot heads. Mid aggression from Elemental. Straight down in there, defended pretty nicely early on by Zeph, but a couple of kills going back the way of Elemental.
Yeah, a bit back and forth, isn't it? Chief and Rory to try to salvage this one. They've got a little bit of a crossfire, and Apok, Dud, and Hugh got themselves in all sorts. Gump is the linchpin right now. Has worked his way back into mid, but Chief has kind of stalked Hugh all the way into second mid, and actually catches him trying to cross into apartments as well. So now he's got control of the bomb. Gump with the Glock at long range is going to get the better of Rory, and it's now down to a 1v1 close range angle. Should be beneficial for Gump, but oh, he's just caught a glimmer of Chief, and he's got a minute to work with now.
Oh, that's a shot from Chief, though, on the little line. A 4K from him to turn around back in the favor of Elemental that I have to say they probably needed. Considering their results on this map, they'll take a CT pistol every day of the week, especially one that denies a force buy over to DGG and allows them to build up their money. And, yep. We have attack pause from DGG. Okay.
It's an early
They're going to
attack pause.
force fight. That's like so obvious though. After you take attack, like why would you ever take attack round 2? Imagine if you mind gamed it. That's what people should start doing from now on. Actually, that's big brain. You take attack round 2 and try to get the CTs to dump their util early when you don't even buy anything. That would be big brain. But let's be real. If Elemental don't dump mollies early in Nana, and then they got run over by Tech 9s, then that's going to be a bit scuffed, honestly, Jordan.
We shall see. We've seen a lot of scuffed Counter-Strike tonight, Pilski, so I wouldn't put it past anybody.
Smoke to half wall. DGG wait out the banana utility. And they creep up banana here.
This is a bit awkward for Rory. The molly does go down at a pretty good timing, though, to get the elemental players back into the B site. DGG now have
Look
control.
at the mid aggression. They're just going to push down mid, I think. Look at this B exit, though.
I don't know about this one, Pilski. Smoke's going up across the top. DGG now have to find just the one player, and the molly's going to land on the head of Reaps. He can't even get one as he swings out. Oh, DGG. They're just flexing their muscles a little bit on Inferno now. Oh, your Womba, that's illegal to win too. Chief and Talaj
Run.
just have to run.
Oh, that's cute. DGG around the eyeball-less strat. You don't see that enough these days, to be honest. They didn't even throw the deep CT smokes, though. They just threw, like, front sight and just fought CT into ruins. But it's always cute when people mix in, like, the eyeball-less strat after no one doing it for ages, and they do, like, the ruins wrap. Okay.
Okay. Well, there goes one more gun, and it's the M4 as
Oh,
well.
the chicken!
Chicken's died to the smoke.
He was so young.
He's going to go for the M4. It's going to be a mistake.
Oh,
no.
They're so
All right.
broke.
No gun saved.
Chicken, why? Pause, because we're going to take a moment to mourn Chicken. Moment of silence.
Okay, Pilski, I got to ask. Why are the teams calling a tap pause so early on?
Well, Elemental, they want to get themselves organized in a round like this.
Right.
See what kind of setup they want to do. They've given Isaiah a scout. Isaiah, I don't know why I keep messing his name up. They got a couple of smokes, but not really enough to stall out the T side here. So Elemental have got to be pretty smart about how they approach this one, because the T's will be able to bully them out of this round with superior utility if they're smart about it. And DGG are pretty smart.
DGG are big smart. Ooh. No connection there from Isaiah. There's
One of
not
the
really any
smokes
util here.
already been
CT
used
side.
on Sandbag. Flash from Rory. Really well timed, honestly. I like the approach from Elemental. A couple of good shots from Chief on the Deagle. Whew, the bombs at T-spawn. This could actually work.
Yeah, especially given Talaj's position. If he gets in behind Hugh or even behind Gump, even then, like, Gump's going to have to win 2 back-to-back aim duels. Talaj has got Hugh as well. I mean, this is a mess. DGG, they're going to lose the round. There's no chance. Surely Gump can't win it. Oh, he can. Never mind. I didn't say anything.
Can't stump the Gump, Jordan. I thought you knew.
I did not. I did not know.
Elemental full broke. Not going to force buy. They're going to take a single save. Which, I don't know how I feel about it. It's a bit of a meh. Apok Dud running up straight past the large. Does get taken out by Reaps. That actually ends up working kind of alright.
Zeph is not ballsy enough to just go charging into the B site here. But now that the smokes are down, it's onto Reaps. And of course, that's a bit too much to ask from him with only a pistol.
Seeing if we can get any more USP exits. Gump's in another postcode right now. Checking out the rent price.
Not bad stuff from DGG. Can't wait to see a gun round, though.
You like those?
Yeah, I always find it a bit funny on Inferno when you see that back and forth, and then you get into round 5, and it's like, oh, we haven't actually seen a gun round yet.
Yeah. You are going to be getting one though, Jordan. There's an airstrike on top of Banana. DGG looking to fight for this early. Wombat finds an opener on main. Rory now all alone. Crying. Clutching to his M4.
Why is he crying?
Because his mate's dead. He's so inconsiderate.
It's just a game. It's not really worth crying about yet. They're not out of it. They might still have a chance. Chief, he's going to give him that chance too, isn't he? Double? Maybe a triple, not quite on offer there for him. But Isaiah, courtesy of some nice movement there from Apocdud. Actually only able to get one. And, oh, geez, Apocdud has really just started on him.
Oh, Rory.
One player's going to go down.
How fast is he? He slows down a little bit. He hits the brake. He's going to shift into first gear again.
Hasn't found a frag on this map so far, but if he gets 2 here, it's not a bad shout for the first couple. This is a tough crossfire to break, though. It has been spotted by Hugh, so very routine for DGG as they secure another.
Yep, break that CT money again, so it's going to be a half buy with a bit of util for Elemental. Anti-eco for DGG. They are max chilling right now. Just kind of going through the motions on T-side from Inferno.
Well, there's not really a whole lot happening here for Elemental, unfortunately. They went for that big stack in Banana. And unless Talaj pulls off the highlight play of his life, it's not really going to matter too much. Good entry from Apocdud. DGG slowly working their way into A. Just on the timing there. Rory not quite able to catch Zeph. Now Zeph has all the info that he needs. He's going to go charging his way up into Boiler, hoping that someone with an AK with a rifle is going to be able to help him out. Apocdud sacrifices their life 1-for-1. And it is just Isaiah who will be finished off. And another one up on the scoreboard for DGG.
Here's the full buy though. They've got the AWP out on Isaiah. They've got all the util on all the boys. Chief's even gone ahead and picked himself up an AUG. It's been a while since I've seen that one, and definitely been a while since I've seen it on this map in particular. Here's this Nana contest yet again. Zeph's taken a lot of damage from the nades there. That util set from the CTs. Rory and Reaps doing a great job chipping away at the HP of those Nana players early on.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see a bit of presence over toward the A bomb site though from DGG, and Hugh is already out on the balcony. His gun barrel's been spotted. Swing in from Chief at double. He makes it look easy.
It's walking out, dry out, carpets. Expecting them to have a dig stack, I guess.
Well, they did not.
DGG trying to pick up the pieces. They've got some bracket control. I think Elemental would have to make a pretty severe misplay, though, to drop this round from here.
So you're probably right. Your Wombat is going to have a little bit of a peek arch side. If you can somehow win that duel against Isaiah, which should be pretty filthy. He'd put them in a bit of a better spot. Does creep his way closer, and Isaiah's actually lost his life to Zeph. There's still a couple of players on this bomb site, though, that DGG does have to deal with, and Zeph is having a difficult time of doing it on 20 HP. Flash over the top. Apoc done looks for the entries. Chief will be checked by Zeph, but of course wins that duel. And now it's just down to Apoc Dud, who'll go for the swing and actually might still be able to win this one. Bomb plant was a bit of a mistake. Was it even a bomb plant, or did he just crouch down behind the box? Either way, it was going to be a tough round for him to win. And Elemental will get their second.
Yeah, well worked there. Particularly from Chief. He's kind of hard carrying the team right now. Which is funny because I don't think he was meant to be even playing tonight. But when I went back through the Brisbane land stats, he did pretty well, I think. Had a couple of good series as well. So I think he's probably in some pretty decent form at the moment, if I was to hazard a guess.
A little cheeky peek in there from Gum's going to work out as he does connect that headshot. Talaj is still a problem in the apartments, but he's going to have to get out of there quick smart. The spam coming through will eventually get him. Actually, Apoc just chased him down. DGG seem to be thriving in the chaos, in the chaotic rounds. They just are a little bit better individually.
It's going to be a two-man save, you'd assume. Especially with the money that Elemental has on offer at the moment. Two-man save is ideal. You can get the drop over from Isaiah. Chief can buy himself, and then only one of these players kind of has to go without. Like a A1S or something like that. Not a good round from DGG. Mixing in different approaches, contesting Nano, going quickly into B, going for a dry Carps contact. Contesting Carps that time again in towards the A site. Really mixing up how they're approaching these rounds a lot. It's going to be quite hard for Elemental to read for the most part.
Six-2. Has felt like it's been a fairly slow first half. I think largely due to the fact that we're getting a lot of attack pauses through here, and there's another one coming from Elemental.
Yeah, they'll be broke if they drop this one, so it's an important gun round for them. If they win 2 gun rounds back-to-back, they still have a chance to reset the money here, at least a soft reset onto DGG, depending on, you know, if guns are saved and if there's any bomb plants and stuff like that. We'll see what kind of a setup Elemental want to go for this time. They've done a good job kind of mixing up their setups as well. For the most part, you know, mixing in Carps, going for Nana control. They're going to send 3 towards B this time, so I'm assuming they're going to be trying to go for Nana control. Isaiah again going to post up on this line. There's the Nana take. Double Molly, smoke to the bottom, and Elemental will have control there. Molly on the half wall. Actually keeps the CTs back, so that's a good little piece of U2 in there from DGG.
Yeah, still haven't taken any control of Banana just yet. Rory wanted to reaggress, but was kept at bay by another molly out from DGG, and in the meanwhile, they've just sent a couple out into brackets. Now as the smoke at the bottom of Banana fades, DGG works their way slowly but surely in the direction of Sandbags. Gump has dropped over toward A. But it's a likely push that'll work out here for DGG. Reap stuck behind the Sandbags, now has to take that fight. Your Wombat can't clean it up nicely and escapes back through the smoke. It's not worked. This sort of 2-3 split that DGG's going for, with the players lurking out onto A. Twice now they've tried it in different capacities. Hasn't really worked for them. Zeph has no idea Talaj is still on the site. So he's waiting for that rotator, and to be honest, this could work out. He could literally get a frag. Never mind. The flash goes through, and Talaj will take the peak. I was wondering, though, if Chief would just come rolling around the corner into CT and die to Zeph. That leaves it to Wombat, though. 2 players to find on this site. This will be a tough one to negotiate. Has managed to cross the barbecue, and we'll try to have a bit of a look onto Talaj, but Chief has found the timing, and so Elemental have another round.
Yeah, well worked again. Good contest on towards Banana side. Good pick from Isaiah. Going aggressive on towards Dig side. Giving the man advantage over to Elemental. We want to see him continue to get active with that AWP. It's obviously been a big win condition for this Elemental team. This will be the gun round to win, though, Jordan. This could allow them to really close the scoreline gap in this half. Looking like the boost up on middle there. Zeph was ready for it.
Ooh, was he ready for the second player to peek? Maybe not, but he's still alive.
Look at this timing, though. This is going to be a carp spot. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this.
Well, Elemental's pushing quite far down Banana, so maybe a faster rotation from them. Chief has also been a bit of a stalwart on the A side. This time, not quite so much. Entries are converted by DGG, and even though there is a fast rotation coming through from Rory and Reaps, it may not matter.
Should save again, just due to like where their money's sitting at. I think Reaps can probably drop one over. Isaiah can buy for himself, probably an AWP. They can put some kind of a buy together in the next one, Elemental. One more exit would definitely help out, and they're going to get it too. Good stuff from Rory.
Yeah, it hasn't been super easy going for DGG in this half. I felt like they've been tested a little.
Couple of kills coming the way of Elemental, especially with Hugh going down there. Like, the money on DGG is now, again, quite resettable. You can get the double drop over to Chief and Tellarge, and then Isaiah can buy himself an AWP, and you got a good buy here for Elemental and some reset potential. As we take another pause and wait for Apoc Dud to work out his mice issues, I'm assuming.
I guess so. How can one man have so many mouse issues?
I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't get a pet if you can't take care of it.
That's right. My pet is asleep. Thankfully.
Yeah, your casting tends to have that effect on people.
He's not in the room.
MP7 on Reaps? What would you rate it?
11 out of 10. I'm an MP7 fan. Ever since I saw that one round from Tyloo.
This is an important round in the context of this half, though. You can see DGG down on that 1400 loss bonus. After everyone buys up, you'll see that majority of them are broke. Zeph could drop over a Galil to kind of make that a little bit easier. But the majority of DGG are going to be very broke if they drop this round. So this is a really big opportunity for Elemental to swing for 5 or 6 here in this half, even if they just win this round and potentially more.
Okay. Double digits for DGG. I think that's what they're going to be looking for. And certainly what's on offer if they win this round. Straight back into the swing of things. Bit of a look into Banana. Once again, that molly at Car, and an 8 to follow it as well. But Isaiah's going to be burning alive, apparently.
That's not ideal. Chief is struggling to make his way out of Boiler. I'm getting very concerned for him. But he's got it all under control. Forget about it.
Yeah. I don't think you should be concerned. I mean, Chief has been absolutely phenomenal so far on this CT side. Like, he's 17 and 9. Ooh. Oh, and the double kill with the MP9 from Rory. That was certainly not expecting that. And Apoc Dud's gone as well. Okay.
Damn. A-site's on lock. That is a hard reset for DGG. Like, they must force buy here. That's crazy. This is the chance for Elemental to make this a neck-and-neck half, and then we could be on for a third map, Jordan.
Yeah, potentially. Elemental are prone to picking up a map win here and there, even against some of the better teams in the region, of which I would say DGG is one of them. A little bit of a peek over the smoke from Apoc Dud up through logs. He's going to have another crack at it on top of Yormbat's head, but he has not checked sandbags. Luckily, the flashes did come through. That's good teamwork from DGG. The trade should have come in onto Talaj. It did not. And somehow he gets away with 12 HP. Your Wombat looks to ensure that will not be the case any longer. They've got the bomb plant down, so a bit of an awkward buy from DGG. Hugh should be able to find a gun somewhere in Banana and has got an AK now. So just when Elemental's in a position to start to put a bit of pressure back onto DGG, they seem to have squandered it a bit.
Yeah. Missed opportunity for sure. Now you see a couple of guns picked up by DGG. Their buy looking a little bit better for Ware. Elemental, on the other hand, again, trying to save as he often do on the CT side. Isaiah, first contact, takes another gun out of the hands of Tees. Chief here, potentially going to even double up. That's huge.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be challenging Chief at this point. I think I'm looking at this as DGG and saying, yeah, B's looking pretty good right now, guys. Don't know about A, though. Because Chief is on one at the moment. I'd say the 4 rounds that Elemental have gotten have largely been thanks to Chief. He's 19-9. I mean, just need someone else to stand up alongside him, and this is going to be a competitive map, but still DGG are getting the rounds that they need on this T side. There again is Chief with a double. Why do they keep going A, Pilly?
He's farming. I'm telling you, Chief. He needs to get picked up. Finally gets traded out. And Zep's actually kicking them out of a bit of a difficult spot here to Large. It's got to go huge, but this is the off angle to do it. Easy first one onto Hugh. Trying to buy time for the rotations for Rory to get zooming on in here, and he has made it in time. Beautiful defense from Elemental.
Yeah, not helped out at all by that smoke. And Elemental are up to 5. They continue to chip away at DGG, but I don't know. Do you get the sense DGG has already done enough on this T side?
Nah, because this is probably going to go 7-8. Unless Elementals cannot beat Pistol Force again. Which is, look, is a possibility. Not going to lie.
Talaj is going to try to have a bit of a look into second mid, and he will spot Gump on the other side. Once again, going to be a B hit for DGG, and they've already taken control of Banana. I mean, looking at the A rotate, it's going to take a very long time to get across if you've got this double pit setup. Isaiah is kind of on Arch side already, but I'm not sure he's going to be there in time to do too much. DGG straight into Ruins. Molly into the backer side as well, and that's going to force Reaps and Rory to start getting a bit of a wriggle on. Rory spotted up above that smoke. Reaps inside, taken down as well. And it is back to the tried and true again for DGG with these pistols. They always head towards the B site. And they made it work. Now it's just a case of holding on.
Oh, you don't want to throw these guns away. Elemental's economy cannot afford this. Isaiah creeping on the line gets absolutely domed by Wombat. Oh, get out of there, Talaj. You need this A1S, my friend.
Doesn't look like he's going to be getting out at all. It's Chief 1-on-3, and if there's anyone that's going to do it, it would be him, but
They're broke.
Not the case this time.
That's going to be 10. 10 for DGG.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Elemental because they've done so much hard work in this half, but instead of being rewarded for it, they have sort of let the crucial swing round slip. And DGG is still going to get a really, really respectable total.
Ooh, the leg. Run, Isaiah. He's gotten out of there. To large, glass cannon to Eagle. Oh my lord, what a flash over the top.
And unfortunately, the rest of Elemental is going to be losing their lives pretty quickly. Your Wombat did drop at the bottom of Nana. But I'm not sure how much of a prize that is for Elemental. I think it's more of a wooden spoon than anything else. Use one of those to cook my dinner tonight. So maybe there's something in it for Elemental.
What'd you make?
I just made some ravioli.
Oh. Did you get the formioli?
What the hell is a formioli? I did not get that. 10-5 though. Double digits for DGG. And from what looked like it could be a pretty decent half for Elemental, it's kind of still ended up being very DGG-sided.
Yeah. I think Chief obviously doing some heroics, right? for the most part, he seems to be the only one trying to keep Elemental in the series. He just went over to Brisbane lane and kind of went on a tear as well. So might be a player to keep an eye on in the future. These are the kind of games that you look at someone playing against a team like DGG and you say, that guy's got something. And like I said, Chief, it's going to happen at some point.
I don't know about that. I really don't know about that unless he goes to play another title. Because I'm not sure Chiefs is going to be back in CS anytime soon. But I think that's something that's important for these Elemental players to consider is, yeah, maybe as a team the results aren't coming together, but individually you can still put yourself in people's crosshairs and people's eye lines.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of players on this team that have kind of already been doing that.
Yep. Well, we'll see how this pistol round does go. Elemental grouping up towards B, which is not a bad shout considering your Wombat is their solo. He's just spotting on the angle. Util's going to come through. This grenade could be a really big difference maker though. If he gets a really nicely timed grenade, softens up 1 or 2 targets.
Double nade.
Here we go. Could deny the bomb
They're
plant.
not planning barbecue. Are they planning barbecue? Yeah, Talaj is planning barbecue.
Off we go.
See ya.
Double nade straight in. It's down to 23 HP, but Zeph's already gotten Chiefs. And he's been the difference maker. He's been the big player for Elemental so far on this map. 5 on 3 for the retake now as we start to see some trades coming through. Reaps and Rory have to try to hold on. Apoc Dud, he's going to go ahead and pick up that Glock, get the smoke down past the bomb. Maybe not ideally placed. And it actually leaves Hugh in a one-on-one. Reeves has got the Glock, so he should be able to win this one from this angle. Hugh, though, just absolutely styles on him with the movement. And gets the defuse kit and defuses the bomb. Just in time. DGG will win the pistol by a very slim margin.
Yeah, I think that burst fire was a bit whack from Reeps, not going to lie. Burst fires is always so bad, Jordan. Would have rather just see the wide swing with the couple of taps.
Yeah.
Like, if we were playing a cartoon shooter, then I'm right-clicking all day, but this game is too realistic. You know, it's a scary world of realism, and doesn't have the cartoon graphics, so not going to be working this time. Force buy for Elemental, considering how many kills they got and the fact that they got the bomb plant. That's a good call to be making at this point. Looking like they want to go for some kind of play towards A here. They've got a fair bit of util to do it as well. There's the brackets take.
Smoke's coming through into mid. Doesn't look like there's going to be a recontest for brackets, though, from DGG. I like that Apoc Dud's been able to clear out Banana. And that has actually allowed the extra rotate to come across for DGG. So now 4 members on A. Crossfire established.
What's the play here for Elemental? Go up dig side? I feel like dig side is always suicidal.
I mean, it's not great weaponry for DGG right now, but Hugh, the important player with the M4, is ready on this bomb site to make a difference. He's up on top of the rafter.
Yeah.
And gets
That's
a good
not going to work.
little bit of attention drawn in his direction. It was really just a contact play from Elemental, wasn't it? And as you say, has not worked. Not in the slightest. Mac 10 for Chief.
The only way you can like bust up dig there is if you go for those balcony flashes, you know, and you're able to scale up into the site for real.
Well, Chief is going to get away with the Mac 10. DGG certainly chasing him down, but won't catch him. Not sure the Mac 10 is a great prize to be taking through, unfortunately, but if you can find a kill or two this round, maybe boost a bit of the money back up. Be nice.
It's a save here for Elemental outside of the Mac 10, obviously. Get a bit of a push down mid. Oh my god. Double spam through the smoke. All headshots for your Wombat.
Oh. Okay, good raw adjustment from Hugh. With a Galil, no less. Nade over the top, probably not enough to trouble Palaj. But he's finished off through the smoke anyway. So, DGG, they're very quickly starting to get toward the end of this series now.
DGG looking like they're on the home stretch now. Chief has been thrown a Mac 10. Where's he at? Has he got a really good spawn here or something? No, it's Isaiah with the front spawn. They're going to try to go fast up banana here. Apok Dud swings with the MP9 and gets 2. Isaiah goes straight past him in the smoke and he's only on 30 HP.
That has caught Hugh off guard though, and he's hit a couple of sharpies. Now, I do wonder, does he recognize Apok Dud's still in there? It looks like it. The flash has come through. I mean, this is... How has this worked for Elemental? I have no idea. Somehow, though, it has. Flash is going to go in. It's going to prompt Isaiah to turn away, and Zeph is able to win that duel quite comfortably, upgrade to an AK. But even still, Elemental have gotten the bomb plant down. They've got the 2-on-2 post plan, and now they're really in with a chance. Smoke into Nana. DGG is just going to try to make sure this one gets done. 100% good trade. And they do get it over the line. It was a bit touch and go for a moment. Nice individual play from Isaiah, but not enough.
Bomb plant is going to shore up the money of the T side, though. Zeph's very happy about that one. This will allow them to, of course, reinvest and, again, try to keep putting that economic pressure on DGG, who, with only one gun surviving in that last round, will probably have to spend a fair bit of cash reinvesting in this gun round. They are back down on 1,400 loss bonus. And as such, Jordan, Elemental recognize that tactically, this is a very tactical round. And this would be a good one to win. Because they would break the CT side money and win more rounds. What do you think about that?
I think that's good.
It's pretty tactical.
They should do that. They should do that. Yep. Will they, though? Not too sure. DGG just 2 rounds away. Not looking like they're going to falter. Bit more banana aggression out from Elemental again in this round, and they're going to eat a lot of damage from the util.
Yeah, they threw that main smoke, actually, Elemental. So DGG just saw that main smoke, and they were like, sick. I'll just refresh that a couple times. After you get that banana control. Gump on this deep line in towards windows, though. There's a retake U2, actually, but the smoke goes out of the map. That's a bit misthrown there by Wombat. Counter molly out of Elemental, trying to hold on to control. This flash on the timing here.
Interesting push out from Apok Dud, but the extra player in the cutout has actually gotten the better of DGG there on the push, on the recontest. That said, it's still not effective enough of a trade to give the numbers back over to Elemental, and Chief's down to 22 HP. Damage done there by Hugh. They pretty much locked them into the back corner of the site. Now Elemental, though, will start to creep their way back on forward, but where can they really go? There's util flying all over the place. Isaiah's jumped into the molly. He's 4 HP. They've made a meal of it. Now it's on to Chief with a good tap onto Gump. All right. See if he can get any more done. Doesn't look like it. And DGG will win the round.
That was a bit of panic there from Isaiah going into new box. And look, that's going to be enough again with the bomb plant to allow Elemental to repurchase and to, again, keep pressuring that CT side economy. But if they can't pick up a round, it's really not going to matter too much, Jordan.
You're right, because that would be the end of the series. Smoke over the top here from your Wombat, bottom of Nana. Molly in, I should say. But by and large, not as much utility dumped into Nana this time for DGG.
Whoa. Good shot from Apoc Dud. Second follow-up from Gump. This is falling apart for Elemental. They got to go big in the 3-on-5 or they're done. That's a great flash to set up Gump for success, though.
Chief is the last one alive. He's just wondering what has happened to my team. Well, unfortunately, my friend, they're all gone. And you might be in just a second as well. Yeah, and that's going to be that. Zeph finishes it off 16-5 in the end. DGG will pick themselves up the victory. Quite a comfortable one today, as we sort of expected. Pilski,
yeah.
You know, we always sort of had the expectation that DGG should come in as the favorite. They should 2-0 this series. We would have been excited maybe if Elemental would have got to double digits. They were not able to do so. But, yeah, I mean, look, a good start to the bracket stage for DGG.
Yeah, good game from Chief out there from Elemental. I think some of the other boys maybe being a little bit quieter than you would normally expect. Usually Elemental, they kind of do get it done by committee to some extent. Obviously, they have a couple of players that are generally fragging a little bit harder than some of the other boys. But, you know, usually it's not just one or two guys playing well. It's kind of a combination of everyone and some good structure as well. DGG, I think at the end of the day, kind of just outclassing Elemental on two maps that are a bit more, you know, structured, a bit more tactical maps, which is Elemental style. But unfortunately, like we said, you know, comparing Elemental with a team like Nutty, that is a bit harder to read, a bit more random, has a bit more of that kind of X factor, compared with Elemental that are a bit more structured. That's a bit easier for DGG to pick apart, and they show exactly why in a pretty quick and concise 2-0.
Indeed. We can see the fruits of their labor as well. If we take a look at the bracket here after the replays are done, you're going to see them pretty much in the same kind of vicinity as the likes of Vertex, who did get their win earlier on in the week over Camo. Nutty got a forfeit win over Team Yellow, and now it's Antic and DGG that have moved through to the top side of the bracket. The lower bracket games coming up tomorrow. Camo and Yellow, and Warriors and Elemental. Dare say that Yellow game is once again going to be a forfeit, but have no confirmation on that one from my side. Obviously, though, it doesn't look too good for Yellow as a team at the moment, so I think that's going to speak for itself. That said, though, you know, pretty much the expected results tonight. I would say, like, obviously, I did think Antic would win that series against Warriors earlier on. It probably took them a little longer than I'd have liked it to for them to get that done. I think, you know, if they're going to go into some of these harder matches, you know, for example, against DGG, who they do have to face next, can't really be affording to squander a lead like that one against a team like DGG, because you let them through to a third map, they probably will win that third map rather than obviously what we saw from Warriors. So a little bit to be short up there from Antic, but by and large, still a pretty good showing from them. I thought they played a lot of good rounds of Counter-Strike. It was just that second half of Mirage that kind of let them down. And obviously good stuff from DGG tonight. So I think that pretty much wraps us up, Pilski. Thanks very much for coming, everybody, and having have a good look at how things have played out so far in this season of the LPL Pro CSGO. We once again give a quick shout out to Biocode Lab before we say good night. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Looking forward to some more games, and have a good night.
Laying down